Dropped a bunch of frames. OBS went red. Not dropping any more frames now. Okay, so that's becoming a regular thing, OBS glitching out at the beginning. Ever since I switched the bitrate up to 8,000, it does that every single time. Oh well. Alright, so should be live. Q&A hype. I see a message from Illarin, Murder Miner 20, and the only JTS. And we're like the Matrix in here, right? We have 3 monitors going. Is it happening? We're gonna try. Say hello, Lily.
Hello, Lily.
So I am here with lovely Lily. I am in my squeaky chair. Lily is in a deck chair, right?
Yeah, and when I do this, you can tell when I'm shifting.
Is it a deck chair or is it? It's a foldable
patio. It's a folding patio chair.
Yeah, that's all we have. That has arms in it. That's portable. So, Scumbag Joe took the proper chair, but Lily doesn't find this chair comfortable. So
no, it's
not
okay.
that
You
much
can
of a
have it.
scumbag.
Hey, I'm doing well. Hope you're doing well too.
Day9 is still alive playing Zelda. Oh, he's gone now. He heard me and he stopped streaming. Okay, my windows are all set up. I think we're good. And we're going to be playing Children of Morta while the stream is ongoing. And if it becomes too distracting, we'll switch over to something else. Thank you to Glintwine, Artie Speedy, and I Am Psycho for for subbing while the stream is down. And thank you, Lucid Streamer, for resubbing right now with a message. Hell yeah, Lucid Streamer. How's it going? Joe, did I kill the wyvern yet? It took me 30 minutes, but I killed it. Hey Joe, later than usual. This is a special Q&A stream that we used to do once a month. Really 3 times a month for how long it took, right?
Yeah, really.
So
3 days back to back.
We are going to be reading questions from Patreon. I should probably introduce that right now. So, because there's a lot of new people that are just coming to the streams that don't know about all this, because there's surprisingly a fair amount of new people since streaming came back. So for one of the Patreon rewards, I think it's the $3 reward, is that you get to ask 2 questions and as many small questions as you want. So 2 big questions, and as many little questions as you want. For a monthly Q&A that used to be written, then it went to a stream format with Lily and I doing it together, and then it went over to just me doing it by myself when Lily was pregnant, but that only happened once because it became too difficult to do even that while the baby was getting here. And it's been 3 months. Like the baby, you know, she just turned 3, so 3 months. She just turned 3 months. So
baby.
So we're trying it again, and the emphasis there is try. So Lily and I are in what is essentially my office on the 2nd floor of the house. Finn and Leo are our boys, and they are still awake. They are in their bedroom down the hall, and by down the hall I mean 3 steps away because the house is quite small. And in our room in the crib is baby Kate. So she like, the boys might be quiet for the rest of the night, maybe not. Finn tends to stay up until, no joke, sometimes 4 in the morning because he has the same sleep problems that I have. So we might hear Finn a little bit, but we are absolutely going to hear baby Kate at some point. At some point, Lily's going to have to go get her and feed her, and she might feed Kate in here, or she might take Kate downstairs for a bit and see what happens, and I might have to stream solo for a bit on the Q&A. Joe solo. But we'll see. It is so hot in here. No more basement office? There is, but there's no way that we're both streaming down there. It's a mess at the moment. And yeah, I've been in the 2nd floor since we came back, really. Yeah. No more dang air off of any game? No, sorry. So we're going to answer questions that came in on March of this year. That's how long it's been. That's how long the Q&A was ago. And if it goes well, then the Q&A will come back. I don't know if it's going to be a monthly feature or if it's going to be every other month, because these take us hours and hours to do. It's quite a big time commitment. We could try and be faster with the answers, but if it goes really poorly and there's a lot of noise and, you know, like if something goes wrong, then yeah, it'll have to be on hiatus for even longer, but we're hoping that it'll be okay. Strunk, a word in English? Strunk?
I've never heard of strunk.
I've never heard of strunk. Strunk. What's your video update before you start? I've said it a couple times on the past streams, how that's going. I don't have a set date or anything. It's just the video is gigantic. You're not gonna be able to watch it in one sitting. Even at ×2 speed, you're not gonna be able to watch it in one sitting. If I split it up, which might have to happen, obviously you could watch the pieces in one sitting. Maybe not the Witcher 3 portion, but you're not going to be able to watch all 3 in one sitting, or all 4. Sounds like a challenge. Sorry, I haven't seen you. Don't be sorry, Jabani. There's no problem with asking that. Like twice the length of God of War. It'll be longer than that. Yep. I'm being evasive because I'm trying to get it as whittled down as possible, so I'm being evasive. So you finished all 3 games of the books? Yeah, I've played each of the games 3 times, and I've read all the books apart from Sword of Storms. They're all in the room actually. So the 4 sections would be Witcher 1, Witcher 2, Witcher 3, and then the DLC and the books. But the books kind of interspersed throughout the whole thing, so I don't exactly know how that would be split, but yeah. Did you enjoy all the playthroughs, or you got tired? Uh-oh. There she is.
She might go back to sleep.
We'll see. There she is. Did I enjoy all the playthroughs, or you got tired? I didn't enjoy all the playthroughs, but I'm not judging the games on all those playthroughs. Just like the Odyssey video, like I play the game and I make my judgments on how I enjoyed that game on the first playthrough, sometimes the second playthrough, but then I start doing experiments. Then I start tinkering with the game. I would say that the playthrough I enjoyed the most the second time through is Witcher 2. Third time through, it wasn't really. It was just like rushing through it to see what different decisions do and to do some experiments with the gameplay and combat and stuff. But I would say the second time through, obviously Witcher 2 is going to be the best one. Witcher 1 kind of, but yeah. Have you read Jack Vance's Dying Earth? No, I haven't. I've never heard of that.
Hey, Joe and Lily, this is the first stream I catch since you started again. I missed you guys so much.
Aww.
It's good to see you too.
Can you guys hear Lily all right? Did you think it was worth reading the books for the video? In terms of an interesting talking points, yes, absolutely. In terms of should you read the books for the games, that is an incredibly difficult question that I'm going to go into great detail on in the video. That is very hard to answer. I lean toward no. I lean toward if you really like the games, you should never read the books. That's what I lean towards right now, but maybe not. The books are really good. Most of them. But yeah. Her voice can be heard better than yours. Really?
Because I'm right under.
Well, I'm looking at the other computer. Maybe that's why. Hold on. Let me turn it a little bit. Well, maybe that doesn't matter because I'm not going to be looking at chat all that much. I saw your tweet earlier about unverification on your account. What did it mean? So almost every single YouTuber, at least I believe from what I saw, was getting stripped of verification, but YouTube has backtracked on it now right after I did my tweet, actually. So it was all because of me, clearly. I'm kidding. So it doesn't really matter anymore, but they were going to take away verification and switch to something else. And almost everyone who currently had verification wasn't eligible for the new type of verification. And the reason that was a issue is that verification makes the content seem more official. That's why it's sort of important and why YouTube wanted to change it. If you see someone with, even on Twitter, you see someone with a check mark next to your name, you kind of take it just a tiny little bit more seriously at the very least. Maybe you take it even much more seriously. And I'm almost certain that YouTube's algorithm is going to favor channels that have the verification and have have that authenticity. So having that taken away would in some way affect views and revenue and then channel growth and all that other stuff. It's not about the I want the special check mark. It doesn't really matter. Yeah. So it means something. Yeah. But they're not gonna do it anymore. Thank you, Ethics, I think, or Ithix, for the new sub with Prime. Welcome to Prime Time. And thank you to Cruzy73 for the new sub with Prime as well. Welcome to Prime Time. Cruzy73. Thank you to both of you.
Yeah, I was right at the end. The last few minutes, I think. Right? The Hat in Time stream?
You were there for the whole thing?
I know, but the end, I think it was the say hi.
Oh,
and then we stopped.
You poked your head out on a Hat in Time stream?
Yeah,
I think you put it on time.
So I have to watch the whole thing for that.
Were you pregnant for that one?
No, but Leo was only like 6 months old.
Okay.
So I was just not pregnant for a brief time.
Okay, so how is the game's audio compared to us? It's a bit loud.
Margaret awoke, startled, a cold sweat clinging to her.
Okay,
She
how about now?
gathered her thoughts.
Is that better?
Aged wood creaked,
It's still louder than me, isn't it?
echoing through the quiet rooms.
Okay, how about now? I'm doing the humming so you can test the game's audio against my voice. This
Near the house
is my...
stood
It's
a
still too loud,
shrine
isn't it?
to Rhea Dana, goddess
Holy
and
crap.
daughter of the land.
Okay, I feel like the slider isn't doing anything. Okay, that did something. Now you can't hear it at all.
Margaret
Okay, how about now?
answers,
That's way better, right?
but the goddess did not speak. There was only the faint whisper of something dark, something hungry.
Something hungry. That seems good, yeah. Okay, weird. This is at negative 28.9 decibels. All the other games we play lately have been at -8. So go figure that out. I hate audio balancing.
To their age as she climbed. The only thought on her mind, has it begun again?
So this is Children of Morta that came out somewhat recently, I think last week. That's still recently. Why did I say somewhat? Never want to commit. And it is a pixel art game that is a roguelite. So it's the first of its kind. No other game has ever done that. And yeah, we're gonna try it out
Mission, be a simple one.
while we do the Q&A. So once it's done its narration opening, we're gonna start reading the questions out.
His mother presented him with a fresh divinity shard.
I've seen this before, by the way. I ran the opening just to see if the game would work.
Gave a newly sharpened sword. His wife gave him a kiss, and his daughter's hugs were full of reason to return home safe.
They missed the apostrophe in daughters. He only has one daughter. How does one ask a question? They're all set on Patreon already, but I want to find a way for Twitch subs to be able to ask them too, because it's the same amount of money. I think it might even be more. I think it's $3 on Patreon, and it's $5 for a sub, right? So I would like to find a way for Twitch to be able to do it too, but I just don't know how. So it's a Patreon perk. But if you ask it in chat, Lily might read it at some point, and I will try to answer. I need to move OBS a little bit. Sorry about that. There we go.
Okay, I can actually see yours, but it's not as easy, but...
I am a patron. Then the prompt was back in March, sorry. This was, if you ask a question back in March, it'll be answered tonight. We didn't do a new one, even though it's been a while. The feature was on hiatus because of the pregnancy. Lily's pregnancy. I hate it when people say we're pregnant. I said it. I
We
said
were
it a couple
pregnant.
times to try it out, and I really felt dirty saying it. It's like, yeah, I'm a part of this. Like, no, she's doing all the work. Like come on. But the reason why we didn't do a new one is because tonight might go awfully because the kids are still awake and we're upstairs and right next to their rooms, and we don't know how this is gonna go. If it goes well, then we will have a new prompt for next month or every other month. We'll see.
But you can still ask it, and if I see it, and if he's not talking, then I'll try to.
Yeah. Will you be playing Link's Awakening remake? Thoughts on the original game if you played it? I'll probably play it eventually. I really like the original game. I played it a long time ago. It's one of my favorites. I think it might even be my second favorite top-down Zelda game after A Link to the Past. I didn't really like A Link Between Worlds. I mean, it was okay, but I thought it was kind of a waste of the potential. Thank you to Buffalo Box for the 2-month resub. We back with another month. Thank you, Buffalo Box. That's a cool name. Thank you, Soups. Soupez.
I think it's soups.
It's not
No.
Soupez.
No, yeah, it must be soupes.
Soupez.
Yeah, because if I guess there's no accent or anything on it, but like if it was soups, it would be no e, right?
Thank you for the 2-month resub, and thank you to Griffinstein for the new sub with Prime. Welcome to Prime Time, Griffinstein. That kind of rhymed. Nice. So here we go. So the controls are left stick to move, right stick is attack, and you can change the direction. You can hold it, which is kind of weird. X is also attack. Left bumper is block, and B does nothing. Y does nothing, and A is dash. Oh, but it has a cooldown on the bottom. All right, that's interesting. Okay. So let's get into it now that we know the controls and everything. And we're going to be into Patreon questions, and we're probably not going to be reading chat until the next between the person's questions. I tend to waffle quite a bit if the answer demands it. Like sometimes I can talk for 10, 20 minutes on an answer. That's why these get so long. I'm also going to be talking over the game, so I'm very sorry. But like this is the game we chose to do tonight, and maybe that's not a good thing, but I figure, it'll be all right. If it's too distracting, then we'll move on to something else. So, yeah. So go ahead, Lily. The first person. Also, we abbreviate the last name so we don't say anyone's real name on stream.
It first appeared as sludge given
Aaron
life.
J says, "Hey Joe, kind of a weird question, but what stream has been your worst chat experience? On the flip side, what has been your best? Thanks."
I think the worst chat experience by far has been the Monster Hunter World stream. I can't think of any other game that had that kind of toxic sort of following in the chat while I was playing it. There was a lot of people that I guess didn't know who I was, who just showed up to watch me play that game, and it's like their favorite series. And I've had people who are really big fans of that game even come in and say, hey, like chat was being a real dick that day, you should give the game another chance. And I will. I even played it a little bit on my own when the streams were down. I think that was probably the worst one, but even then it wasn't that bad. There has been no absolutely god-awful chat experience that I can remember, at least. Maybe someone else in chat can remember a time that was bad. There have been like times where chat and I have like had an argument, but most of the time I enjoy that, despite how the back and forth may appear to an outsider. Even the Silent Hill 2 discussion, I thought that was one of our better discussions at the end of that game. I didn't really like Silent Hill 2. I didn't think it was a bad game. I just didn't really like it, especially considering the hype that I went in for it. So I think that was probably my own fault, having this built up as like one of video games' best stories ever. And then I go into it and it was kind of like, yeah, it's okay. But even that was pretty good. That was a pretty good discussion that we had at the end of that game. There was a sprinkler thing in Danganronpa. I enjoyed that though. I would guess the other bad experience was with the plot hole discussion in Persona 5, which I won't get into detail on in case you haven't watched those VODs or you haven't got there. That was one of the times where I feel like chat was being willfully ignorant and was just like, and I say chat, not all chat. That's the meme that came from some of those ones. It's just there's disagreeing, and it's like, yeah, this can be up to interpretation. And then there's just times where I feel like they're just arguing just to argue with me. And I guess that was one of the only times, apart from the Monster Hunter World, that I felt that chat got like that. And again, not all chat. I can't think of any others. The best chat experiences have probably been, even though they had their moments, was Danganronpa and Persona, and also Until Dawn. These are the games that were greatly like my enjoyment was greatly amplified by having streamed it, and I probably wouldn't have enjoyed. Where'd this guy go? Enjoyed the games nearly as much if it wasn't for the fact that I played the games on stream with that back and forth experience with chat. Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is probably the same way. I don't think I would have enjoyed that like nowhere near as much without chat there to bounce and riff off of. There we go. I said it eventually. I feel like the game just bugged. But in general, I'm very grateful for the chat that we have. I feel like my chat is, like, I'm biased, but I feel like my chat is the best that I've ever seen on Twitch. Maybe it's because I'm coming from the streamer perspective, but I've seen other streamers interact with their chat. Well, first of all, I've seen many streamers that don't interact with their chat at all. Like, chat is just this background thing that's just on, that they just ignore, and chat is almost like its own entertainment in itself. I'm thinking specifically of Crip's chat, where he will occasionally read something out, but for the most part, chat is just like this in a frenzy, all on their own. And that's it. And then I have other people that I'm thinking of, like I remember where the streamer, it seems to actively dislike their chat. Sometimes this made me stop watching a streamer. The example I've given before on stream was one of the first streamer, I think might even be the first streamer that got me into Twitch, was a guy named Lethal Frag, and he was one of the first ones to ever do I'm going to stream every single day for a year challenge or 2-year challenge, and he would play like Binding of Isaac and FTL. And there was one time, I don't think I ever watched him play FTL. I think I only ever watched him play Binding of Isaac and I think a little bit of Diablo. That's how long ago it was. It was when Diablo 3 first came out. And someone came into his chat one day. I think this is bugged, hasn't it? Has anyone who's played this game, can they tell me? This is bugged out, hasn't it? Like, I was meant to kill that guy who ran into the forest and he's not coming back, right? The game's broken. All right, what do I do? Do I return the title and do it again? Do we have to do the intro again? Okay, well, I'm sure we can skip it. I'm sure there's no way that it's not an unskippable introduction, right? Guess what, boys and girls? All right. Anyway, so I remember one time someone came into to Lethal Frag stream when I think it was when Awesome Games Done Quick was going on. It might not have been that big of a stream. It might have been something else, and even then, it might have been one of the first ones they ever did. It was some charity stream, and it was an event. It was at least close to that level back then, and they were talking about it. And Lethal Frag like really snappily, and he's probably having a bad day, so I shouldn't say this, like, it's not fair on the guy. He's probably having a bad night. I always like to think the best of people. He's probably having a bad night, but he just kind of snapped at the guy in chat and was like, can you please not advertise other streams while I'm here streaming live, please? And I was like, whoa, okay, dude, I'm done. And I never went back to stream ever again. Like, so there's like that kind of level where like the streamer can get very catty and very like angry at their chat. There seems to be like almost resentment, you know what I mean? So, like, I feel like our chat is really, really, really good. Oh, we can skip this part. Okay, cool. Like, this... Thank you, Almighty Kramer. So I feel like our chat is really good. I like interacting with chat, and I feel like they're really funny, and we have some really talented artists that do fan art and everything, and I feel like we're really blessed for that, too, Like, we have a really, really good chat. So I would say, like, the standouts are the big story streams where everything's really funny, and we're talking back and forth, and there's all of these inside stream jokes and memes that get created. Danganronpa, Persona 5, Xenoblade Chronicles, Until Dawn. Undertale, I heard was a good chat experience, but I didn't get to see that because I didn't, and I kind of missed that because I like having chat when I'm streaming. But I think that was the best decision for that game. So yeah, I would say those, and I'm very, very, very grateful for the chat that we have, and I think I would have given up streaming if it wasn't for them. So as much as we argue sometimes, and we do argue, but I like that we argue. It's like it feels genuine, Like I'm not gonna hold back, and I'm gonna say what I think. And chat chat tells me what they think too. And there's only been, like I said, I can only name 2 times where I feel like chat was like willfully being kind of dishonest because they liked the game so much, or they didn't even really know what the stream is all about, you know? Like, and 2 out of like more than 2 years of streaming, and I can only think of 2. Like, that's really fucking good. So like, even when we disagree, like I said in the Silent Hill 2 thing, like I feel like it's always constructive, and we have a good repertoire. So yeah, that's it. Thank you to Alderana for the new sub Prime. Welcome to Prime Time, Alderana. And real quick, is there a question that was asked in chat multiple times? And we'll answer it real quick, and then we'll go into the next person on Patreon.
I didn't see any like directed at you question.
The 1 hour long sprinkle algorithm, that was my fault. I thought it would be a joke, and I totally misread the situation. I thought that I was gonna Alt F4 out of the game, and everyone was gonna be like, yeah, this is one of the worst parts of the game, Joe. And then it wasn't. I was like, oh damn it. And then people wanted to argue, because I just, you know, and kind of like to them insulted that with like one of the games that they were really enjoying, and I felt committed, and we did it because I felt like I was right. I still feel like I was right. Unfortunately, sorry, but like I still think that was a decent time. It became its own joke. I feel like even people that were on the other side of that still think it's funny.
I saw you, Carlos. Yeah, hi. It's been a while. Hope you're doing good.
All right, dead bug. All right.
Then does Joe talk about you like he talks about chat? What, he's just singing your praises. Does he sing mine? Does he talk about me as glowingly to you as he talks about you to me?
I don't try to talk to you too much on stream because, you know, the unending positivity coming out of this mouth, I would lose all my credibility, and everyone would just like start gratuitously vomiting at all of the sugar and sweetness that would come out as I sing your praises.
True too. And why would you sing them when they're so obvious?
Exactly.
Anyway?
Exactly. Well, they can't see the best praises, you know. Like, shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Thou art more lovely and
Far more temperate.
Far more temperate.
Yeah. I used to have that memorized.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was one of my university. What I'm asking you, you helped me like make sure I had it right when we were in university.
I don't remember it.
Maybe forgotten though. Like
I'm not good with.
There was an extra credit thing on that a professor had, which was memorize a poem, and if you can write it out like from memory in the test, you get some extra credit. And I memorized that whole entire poem. And he said, you know, if you do this, you'll remember it forever. And then he recited The Second Coming by William Butler Yeats. Turning and turning in the widening gyre, the falcon cannot hear the falconer. And he was absolutely wrong. I can't remember that poem now.
I remember that part. I don't know any of it. But my memory's not very good anyway. Like, I can read something a couple months ago and then I can read it again now, and it's part of it is new again. Like, I don't have a good memory long term for things like that, which I kind of like, that I can enjoy the same media multiple times.
My memory is going a bit too. Yeah. It's good that I have Weeaboo Bill, though, because Weeaboo Bill's memory is going at the same time, and I'm fairly certain that me and Weeaboo Bill have had the same conversation 3 times now about certain
it's
things.
It's like you and my grandmother. And she knows it, too. Like, look at all these lovely lilies in chat.
I've told him the Shih Tzu joke, and he laughed like it was new, and he was the one who originally told me that joke. Nah, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. He remembers. There's some lore. The origin of the Shih Tzu joke came from Weeaboo Bill. Still thinking about playing Outer Wilds sometime soon? Yes. Yep. Yeah, we'll play that on stream at some point with chat turned off. You better play Persona 5 Royal? Yeah, we will. We're going to play Persona 3, then 4, then Persona 5 Royal. We're going to play them like that. Alright, next question on Patreon.
Action Caterer. Hoy, Jonas brother number 4, Joe Jonas. Just started watching your Xenoblade streams because my time to watch Joe stream something free time is gone for now, and I'm having a blast watching them. I also wanted to say thanks for creating such well-informed yet passionately made videos. It encourages and helps me write my assignments for university, and they are a big help in getting my head in the perfect place for analysis.
Oh, that's cool. I'm glad that they can help you at least a little bit with that. I hope you do better than I can. Surpass me. Just use it as a springboard.
First off, have you played have you seen Return of the King, the Lord of the Rings film? If so, what do you think of the series in general? I've heard you say you think the movies are better than the books. I might have heard it wrong, but I'd like to hear your opinion on it. Second, after playing Portal...
Okay,
do you want to answer that one first?
Let's do the first one first. First of all, I have to nitpick the game. You never, ever, ever pull a bowstring back and let it go without having an arrow knocked. You never do that. That can ruin the bow. I know about bows. Okay, so so I'll answer the question. So first of all, there's probably a lot of people going like, "Woo, the movies are better than the books." I don't really like Lord of the Rings books. Despite having written some fantasy. And just to be clear, my books were meant to be very, very commercial. Like, they're not supposed to be high art or like, hey, let's go win the Pulitzer Prize with my bullshit. Like, they were written for money, you know. Like, some of those stories I wrote in a day, you know. Like, that's the kind of level that we're talking about. And they did make money. They did their purpose. It was one of the later ones when I got into it. So I hate to have to say that shit, but like, having written fantasy myself and then to say, hey, I don't really like Lord of the Rings. I don't really like most fantasy that people write. I find that Lord of the Rings has poisoned the well for that shit, and we have George R. R. Martin, you know, like, who has to write in the same way as Tolkien so much that he added those same two R initials in the middle of his name. Like, come on, J.R.R. Tolkien and George R. R. Martin. Like, come on, George. Come on, what are you doing? Such a dumb joke. Anyway, so like I feel like a lot of it is bogged down with just unnecessary description and just bullshit about the history of the world. And I really did not like Lord of the Rings for that. I did, however, really like The Hobbit. The Hobbit wasn't like that. I read The Hobbit a long time ago, I think almost 20 years ago now. And right after reading The Hobbit, I tried to read Lord of the Rings, and I was really disappointed because I really liked The Hobbit. My favorite fantasy writers are Robin Hobb and now Andrzej Sapkowski. There we go, Sapkowski. Sapkowski has a very direct writing style. He doesn't waste much time with the superfluous bullshit of setting the scene like Tolkien and Martin do. Robin Hobb does it a little bit, but I feel like she's way more focused on characters and just getting to the point. So I don't really enjoy that. I feel like I'm talking over the game right now. I hope you guys can still hear me. Let's skip.
What they all feared. It was the corruption.
It was a corruption.
Entity spoken of only with hushed voices. An ocean of
okay, so this is the first dungeon.
From the top of
Mount Morta, like Mount Moria. All right, Silk Caverns, and we can be the girl. Let's be the girl. Okay, sorry about that. So let's just get into the game. Yeah, so I didn't really enjoy the books for that reason. I felt like they had way too many details in them, and I don't really like a lot of fantasy for that. I prefer sci-fi because sci-fi writers haven't been poisoned by Tolkien. I don't know why. There's a lot of overlap with fantasy and science fiction. In fact, a lot of people tend to think that there shouldn't be that big of a distinction between them. Okay, so we can shoot arrows. Very sorry, Action Caterer. Let's just settle in for this and then we'll be okay. Shoot arrows, which depletes your blue thing. But only when... Oh, that's how you move and shoot. And we have A to dodge, and we have 2 charges of that. And we have no other ability yet because we haven't leveled up. Okay, so it's kind of like Enter the Gungeon. Okay, so yeah. So I prefer the movies greatly to the books, but the movies aren't my favorite either. I think Fellowship was my favorite, but you have to understand, and I've told the story at least once before on stream. You have to understand that I've always been a hipster. This isn't a recent thing. I'm not really a hipster. However, if someone, things can be spoiled for me. So if you have a friend and that friend is incessantly like, you know, you have to watch this is so good, and then like some of the other friends in your group get into the same thing. Lily experienced this in high school with Harry Potter
and Lord of the Rings,
and
because the same person who loved Harry Potter wanted to be an elf. Yeah. And asked me once if her ears were pointed enough that she could pass.
Yeah. She
kind of wrecks it for you.
Yeah. She was really weird. Yeah, she was really, really weird. Anyway, so it can get to the point where things can get spoiled for you, and Lord of the Rings was that. It was my version of Harry Potter for Lily's experience, and Star Wars 2, I had a friend who would recite Star Wars, even the alien parts, and he was proud of it. Like, he knew the whole script, he had memorized the whole thing, and I had only watched the movies once, and I liked them, but it was kind of like, yeah, they're good, but they're not like the best thing ever. So I was kind of put off with Star Wars, but then they did the same thing to Lord of the Rings, and it just kind of got really obnoxious. But honestly, that wouldn't be enough to ruin it. It was that I saw them in the theaters, and for the second movie, it was the only available tickets were literally front row, and I don't know how theaters. This was in Britain, so I don't know how the theaters work over here now. Lily and I haven't gone to the theaters in a long time because we have the kids. There's the front row that you go into the theater, right, and you turn like right or left into it after you come in through like the little hall that has the garbage can, and you go there, and as you stand at the end of that hall, you can look down, and there's like seats that go all the way up to the ceiling, and then there's seats that go all the way down to the screen, and there's like a little walkway between those two sections. You know what I mean? When I say we were front row, I mean we were front row in the section that went down toward the screen. Like, we weren't next to the door, we went even deeper into the theater, so I couldn't even see the whole screen, because we were also on the edge of the movie, of the front row, and I couldn't even see the whole screen while craning my neck painfully back the whole fucking movie, because my dipshit friends who were like, Lord of the Rings is just the best thing ever, fucking I want to be Gandalf when I grow up. No, I want to be Aragorn. Here, I'm gonna say the Star Wars oochie boochie nipple pinchy, you know, like it's like we couldn't wait for the next showing. No, we have to go see it now. And it's like, so that kind of ruined that experience for me of seeing the second movie. And whenever I watch it, I always remember that forever. So I would say that I enjoyed the third one, but the third one has this, like, the Deus Ex Machina, not to spoil it, which kind of pissed me off, and would just piss me off in the books too, because apparently it's exactly the same in the books. That was so bad, that Deus Ex Machina is so bad that even my friends were like, yeah, it's kind of crap. Do I need spoiler warning for that? The ghosts. There we go. Like, if you've watched it, you know what I'm saying. If you haven't watched it, that's not going to really mean shit to you. The ghosts. Like, I was like, oh, okay. This was a fake situation. So the eagles didn't really bother me, and so we went through that, and so I would still say that I enjoyed the movies more. I really liked Fellowship, and then after that, Return of the King, probably my second favorite. Because we weren't in the fucking front row, and forever with my neck still hurting to this day, you know.
Not bitter about it at all.
Not bitter about it at all. And you know, we didn't even have time to get popcorn, Lily, we didn't have. I know the look on your face right now. I know. Like, why did we even bother going?
Why did you even go?
Yeah, we did because we had to. If we're gonna miss the showing, like.
Okay, you go. You get your seat. Someone leaves a coat. You go back. Like, you don't go to a movie with no popcorn.
Didn't even have popcorn.
And you get the largest one so that you can eat it for dinner later.
Yeah. So I was pretty pissed. So there we go.
Movie popcorn is like my favorite snack ever.
But yeah, I think that the movies are better, and I'm sad that I don't enjoy the books, but I want to try it again because, like I said, it's been 20 years, and I'm 34 in November. So it wasn't actually, it might have been exactly 20 years. I'm trying to think. I was moved to Canada at 15. Well, back to Canada at 15. It was a couple.
Was it 15 or 16? Was it 15?
I remember turning 16 here,
okay.
But I think it was like right after we got here. I think I remember turning 16. So I think yeah, I was like I was 13 when I read The Hobbit. Yeah, so I think about.
Oh, Falzer, you gotta pace yourself, man.
Think about 13.
You gotta have some, and then otherwise you get too thirsty, and then you wind up peeing the whole movie away. You have to pace yourself on the popcorn.
Thirsty or firsty?
Thirsty.
Thirsty? Wow.
It's business.
Okay.
It's not cute.
Anyway, so sorry I don't have a much more of a strong opinion to give you on the books and the movies. I haven't watched them since. Lily and I should watch them again at some point.
I haven't seen all of them, to be honest. I've seen parts of them.
The extended versions, all of them in a row, which will still be shorter than the Witcher video.
with butter.
Hashtag is he kidding or not? Ha ha ha. And then we'll see how they hold up as an adult. But I should also read the books again and give them another try.
You have to ask them to layer the butter.
Yep.
Layer the butter. No, otherwise it's all on the top and the bottom is dry. You have
Yep.
to get them to layer it.
You have to layer the butter. Yep. I recently perfected movie popcorn at home. I can make. I would say it's 90% there. Would you agree?
I would say it's really close.
Yeah, I can make movie popcorn
It's the
at home now.
closest I've ever had, not in a theater.
Just in time for me to realize that I'm kind of allergic to it, and it gives me like horrendously bad stomach acid, and I can't eat it anymore.
And it's too much for me to eat by myself when
so
you mix it.
Good for me. The kids like it though, but Leo's not allowed to have it, right? He's not old enough.
Even technically, Finn isn't old enough. I shouldn't be letting him have it.
Yeah.
I don't let him have it that much.
Yeah. All right. I feel like I had something else to say, but oh well.
That was
Anyway.
only the first question.
Yeah. Next question from Action Caterer. This is why they go on for hours. I hope it was an entertaining story at least, and because I don't have much to say about them. I should read the books again.
Oh, that's brilliant. If they don't layer it, ask for another bag to share and just use that bag as a lid and shake the popcorn.
Damn.
Brilliant.
There's also this trick about cutting a hole in the bottom of the bag. I'll show that to you next time we go.
Okay.
In 20 years, when the kids are old enough. I might have to pop some pills before we go. They're unrelated. They're unrelated.
I'll look forward to it. I'll schedule it from now. Second, after playing Portal 1 and 2 over again, I'd just like to hear your more in-depth thoughts on the games. Unless there's a video coming soon, in which case, hush now, I don't want thought spoilers.
I don't think there's ever going to be a video on Portal 1 or Portal 2. Like I hate to say never, but I really don't think that's going to be a thing. A lot of channels have already done that. It was Matthew Matos's first video was on Portal 2. One of his good ones, is like even for his first try at that. Maybe there was other ones and he deleted other ones before I found that channel, but I think that's it. Also one of his nitpickiest moments, this lemon's looking pretty good, which is just funny to me now. But that was a pretty good video by him, especially for his first try. Probably better than my first try. And I don't know, I feel like enough has been said on it. I gave some thoughts as the streams were going on. And then it's kind of just been deleted from my memory now that I'm in Witcher Hell. I think that the second one is better than the first one as entertainment and as a game. I think the second one is better, but as an experience, the first one is better. The second one is overall more entertaining and funnier, but it's funny in a funny way, which sounds funny, but it's funny in a funny way, whereas the first one is funny in a very dark, fucked up way. And I appreciate that more, but Portal 2 makes me laugh harder. It made me laugh harder the first time, and it makes me laugh harder now playing it again. But I feel like the first one is more special, and maybe that makes it the best one of the two for that reason. I kind of hope that they never make a third one. And if they do, it goes in a completely different direction, and it's not just, here GLaDOS comes again, I would prefer that to just end. It feels complete to me. It feels complete in the way that I hope that The Last of Us feels complete once Last of Us Part 2 comes out. I will say that I think the problem with Portal 2 that a lot of people say is that it devolves into... find the white panel to shoot the portal on toward the end of the game, and having played that again somewhat recently, I feel like that criticism is a little overblown. It is true for sure, but I don't think it's as bad as people remember it to be. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe it is that bad, but to me it wasn't that prevalent as my memory, because I used to agree with that criticism. I was like, yeah, you're totally right, and then we played it again, I was like, oh, it's actually not that bad. But yeah, so the second one is longer. It's not as tight of an experience, of course, so if you prefer things that are like like a flash of lightning, like they come along and it's like holy shit, it comes in like a wrecking ball and it's like fucking hell, holy shit. Like the first one's definitely better. The second one seems to be going that route, and then I would say around the Cave Johnson part, I feel like it loses steam because it's kind of like two games in one, right? It goes through the three acts, and the first game is just two acts and that's it. But the second game is three acts, and I feel like the second act is necessary for like the whole arc of the story. Is what the fuck is going on here? That's going on with these characters. You know, it's like this is their downfall, and then they come back up. It has all this symbolism that's in with the story. I think it's the same with like Greek mythology and all shit that they were going for. But like it still kind of suffers a little bit in that second act. Like I think Cave Johnson is all right, but he's nowhere near as good as GLaDOS to me, and I feel like the second act drags a bit. But the gameplay is better in the second one, as long as you are accepting of that issue with the white panel thing toward the end. There are more mechanics and things to play with, so I appreciated that. I felt like the first one is a little too simple going back, but that concept, man, like when that came out, I remember watching the Orange Box trailer and I was like, holy shit, this game looks amazing. How is this even going to work? Like, holy crap. So, yeah.
Love had motivated this mother.
I think that's all I can say about it, sorry. But if you asked me this again, I would probably say next time, be like, yeah, Portal 1's my favorite, and Portal 2 is almost as good. But yeah, I really like Wheatley, and... it was an experience watching or listening to. It was on YouTube. That's why I said watching. Listening to all of the XFMs with Stephen Merchant and Carl Pilkington much later on, because Stephen Merchant is the voice of Wheatley. He did that with Ricky Gervais and Carl Pilkington on the radio show. So it was kind of cool hearing Wheatley. On that with Carl Pilkington, which is just like the funniest experience I've ever had, was listening to all those radio shows. But yeah, so I would say the second one overall more entertaining, but the first one is better as art, as hackneyed as that is to say. Is it hackneyed or hackneyed?
I don't know.
You don't know? Someone in chat knows. Someone in chat always knows. Oh, thank you, Smokey McBongface. That's a cool name for gifting 5 subs to Apots86. No, I read that wrong. I'm sorry, Apots86. You don't get to be prominent on this list. Smokey McBongface is the next person who subbed above that, and then there's a drop-down box that doesn't say your name. I'm sorry, Apots86. I'm embarrassed. Thank you, Apots86, for gifting 5 subs. To I Am Guitar, Nare Was Taken, Jaffenhauer, HD 1081, even better than 1080, and Caliro? Thank you very much, and sorry again, Apots86. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, and thank you to Smokey McBongface now for the new sub of Prime. Welcome to Primetime, Smokey McBongface. You should come to Moncton. It's Smokey McBongface, capital of the world, apparently. Mm-hmm. There's a vape shop on every corner. Oh man, did Action Cater have some small questions?
No, but there was an ending.
Okay.
I hope you and your family are doing well and you aren't stressing too much with everything. And I hope the girl doesn't cry, because that's not going to fly. If she smiles, however, well, you've passed the trial.
Oh, we've passed many trials with her then.
Yes, I'm more than a year late on that, but I recently saw its origins. Have a good one, Jarlin Anderlo.
Jarlin Anderlo.
Yeah. You're a man of many nicknames.
Yep. Thank you very much, Action Cater. Yeah, she smiles a lot. We're passing many trials with her. Lily dear, are you sweating buckets right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really hot in here. I think if we turn the fan on, they're not going to be able to hear us.
No, I don't think so.
And if I open the window, the neighbors are going to be able to hear us.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Now we might be able to hear them because it's Friday night.
Yeah, okay. And this is with the computers in the other room, too.
Yeah, I'm glad I took my sweater off, but, even still.
God damn. Hey, is there a reason both your donate and Patreon links send you to Patreon? We do not have a PayPal for people to donate, but that might change soon. I'm going to be setting up a new thing with that, and maybe we're going to have a PayPal up at some point, because I know some people would prefer PayPal to Patreon, and there's at least a couple people that have said, if you ever get a PayPal, I'll donate something, for the videos, but I don't like Patreon. I'm never going to use it, so I'd be like, sure, that'll be sometime soon. Thank you so much for the idea. And then, 2 years pass, and it's like, yeah, we should really get on that.
It's on the list. The list is really long.
Oh, we should level up.
How are your dogs doing there? Okay, they're getting older. They're going to be, what, 13 and 12 next year?
Yeah, not to be morbid, but they're going to be dead soon. Like, that's the kind of person I am. Sorry, I'm just blunt. Yeah, they're not going to be alive for much longer, and we're very sad about that.
I've had them since they were puppies, so...
Yeah. But they also don't really like the kids. Like, they're not aggressive. Well, Lily's dog
is a little aggressive.
Lily's dog is a little aggressive, and there's been a couple times where I've had to, like, pull her away from the kids and tell her off. But that dog is dumber than Owie. So
she's cute, but
she's
dumb.
cute, but she's dumber than Owie. So, like, it took 6 years to house train that dog, right? Mm-hmm. My dog was house trained in the car on the ride home.
Mm-hmm. When yours is a lot smarter.
When we took the taxi, like, I'm exaggerating. It took like a couple weeks, but it took years for that dog to be properly house trained. Like, she wasn't hopeless. It's not like she went from hopeless, just pissing and shitting everywhere, to suddenly just not doing anymore. Like there was progress. But that dog, would secretly piss somewhere in the apartment every single night for 6 years, until she finally realized that we knew it was her, and she stopped doing it. Like, she thought she was getting away with it. Yeah, that dog was dumber than Owie. Well, is still. So yeah, it's not good. But yeah, the dogs are doing fine. Honestly, with their ages and their breeds, we thought they would be going already, but neither of them are purebreds, and I like that. I don't want a purebred dog. I prefer to have the mix and the kind of mongrel-y kind of dogs. They could probably pass as almost pure breeds. Like, if you only looked at, my dog is a border collie, and if you looked at her, you'd only really be able to tell if you looked at her paws. And Lily's dog is an Australian Shepherd. And I think she's too small to really pass.
I think so too. I think she's got the small
part
dog size.
Part corgi in her, right?
I think so. She has a corgi look to her. Corgi or beagle or something like that.
Corgi or beagle, yeah. I think it's beagle.
They're both our dog, but he always wanted a dog, and I didn't really want a dog. So when we got the first dog, we had just started living together, and when we got his dog, and it was his dog because he'd always wanted a dog, and then I took to the dog so much that I wanted one of my own too. So that's why we got the second dog, and so that the dog would have a friend. So they're ours, but they're still we still say his and hers.
Yeah. Just habit. They're both our dogs, and we have a cat too, and we don't know how old she is. She was a stray, so we don't know how old she is. There's a story to how we got that cat, but it's not a very interesting story. And she's the coolest cat, man.
She is.
I love that cat. That's the only cat I've ever really, really loved. Like, we've had cats, and it's kind of like, yeah, you're all right, cat. I prefer dogs, but I love that cat. That's such a cool cat. Okay, are there any questions in chat that we've missed? Oh wow, thank you for the bits. I so cried. 1,000 bits from I so cried. I personally prefer the Streamlabs donation since they seem to take less of a cut. Oh well, thanks for all the hours of cringe and entertainment. What's the Streamlabs donation? I don't know what that is. Are you talking about the bits, or is there some sort of donation thing that I don't know about? I haven't looked into that. I thought Streamlabs was only an interface that helps you do that. I'm a bad streamer, by the way. I'm a really bad streamer. I'm sorry. If that's something different, maybe I should look into it. Thank you so much for the bits, I so cried. Thank you. Ralph Cogs used 100 bits to say, did you hear about the new vape store that they're building? It should bring in some new bongs to the city. I'm turning into one of those NPCs, Lily. It's not good. It's not good.
It's time to pack up and go.
Yeah, it's time to go.
Just leave everything.
It's time to
There's
go.
no time.
Thank you to Forlorn Winter for the 19-month resub. Glad to see you're back to streaming. I enjoyed your stream of Control so much. I didn't watch it. I played the game so much. Did you enjoy it? I hope that you...
I played the game myself.
I played the games myself. Sorry, I put those.
Merged the lines together.
I merged those lines together. I'm ever so slightly dyslexic. I'm not even kidding. Like undiagnosed, of course, because I'm a millennial. But I'm ever so slightly dyslexic. I think my eyes mix lines and some words
and the
together.
way you write too when I edit this stuff.
Yeah, I often like skip over words and I mix some words together when I write. I have something like dyslexia. It makes it hard to read sometimes. I hope you liked the game, Forlorn Winter. I thought it was okay.
Have you played Untitled Goose Game?
I have not, no.
Sorry to bother you every year with this question, but is in your list getting subtitles on your videos?
Yep. Sorry.
The list is long, False Hearts, really long. It's kind of scary long.
The Witcher videos won't go up until the subtitles are done. I'm going all out for that one. Whoa, where did he come from? It's boss time, Lily.
This reminds me of the mines. Because of the rock, I guess. The underground kind of thing. We've been playing a lot of Stardew with me and Finn. So Finn and I, me and Finn.
What's the next question on Patreon?
I need you to scroll because I can't tell you.
We're dead. Alright, that seems kind of crap to me. Maybe you're supposed to die and level up or something? That seemed kind of crap. Okay, let me all tab out for a second. Okay, go ahead.
Noah E says, what is the best co-op experience you've had in gaming and why?
Okay, so co-op experiences in gaming. Do you mean specifically co-op, or is multiplayer a part of that? Because if we're talking multiplayer in general, then it's going to be World of Warcraft. Like co-op between me and 39 other people, or me and another 9 people, depending on the raid. That by far is the best. Like raids in World of Warcraft are really fantastic.
She heard John and Linda describe their foray. Thoughts rushed through Margaret's head.
Sorry, I want to skip through this before I continue.
Amplified the creature's wickedness, and no longer were they part of the harmony of the Rhea.
Uncle Ben can upgrade it and enhance the Bergson's equipment. Okay, Bergson's equipment. All right, cool.
To the familiar warmth of the forge.
So now we can upgrade some stuff. Maybe we have to do that to get past the spider. Yeah, so if we're talking multiplayer, then definitely World of Warcraft. Killing Onyxia for the first time in vanilla WoW is just something I'm never ever gonna forget. Killing Ragnaros as well. Like those were really big achievements, and I'm sad that Classic WoW wasn't able to reignite that, and it kind of failed. And my conspiracy theory is that they wanted their own words about you think you want it but you don't to be true, and they kind of self-sabotaged it by not doing as good of a job as they could have done. It felt like they did some really crappy decisions, and I'm not too happy about that. But I can't say for sure. It's just I don't know. Like it seems like they really dropped the ball there. But yeah, that's definitely going to be it. If you're talking about specifically, co-op, like with one other person, Portal 2 for sure. Again, me and Weeaboo Bill did that, and we had a really good time, and I really enjoyed myself with that. That was great. We also played Resident Evil 5. I haven't played 6. We played Resident Evil 5 together, and that was a lot of fun. But Portal 2 was even better. Yep. I think that was it. It was just a really good collaborative effort, like working through the puzzles together. And me and him are very in sync about almost everything except for anime. And we were able to work really well together, and we got through all of it. No fighting, no issues, no like, no, we have to do it this way. Like we were just like, yeah, let's do this, and like, yeah, we had a really good time with that. But I think WoW rating should still count. So yeah, I was a guild leader and a raid leader in World of Warcraft for many years. It was probably less years than I think, because time was moving slower back then. Like, I know it sounds kind of trite, but your time does really start to go faster as you get older, and it also starts to go much faster when you have a kid. So there was that, and it's like, it feels like that was just like a whole chapter of my life where I was playing WoW a lot, and it probably wasn't like that at all. It was probably just a few years and a few expansions, and I had a lot of fun doing that, herding cats through all the raid encounters. And I also think that it's one of the reasons why I'm able to do the channel. So I really value all that experience I had, because and also stream. I can stream for many hours, and I'm tired at the end of it, but I can keep going. And part of that, you know, playing a game, having split focus, and talking at the same time, I think comes from raiding in World of Warcraft. Because I was also leading the raids and coordinating people. Hey, by name, calling people out. You need to go and do this. You need to go and do that. Okay, I don't know what we just activated, but all right. And I feel like that I've greatly benefited from that when it comes to doing the streams, but also when it comes to the videos and kind of
Held a gift. Two hid ferocious
pulling
creatures.
raid encounters
It was
apart,
the lady
so
of the tiger.
I could explain it to our most of the people in the raid were idiots. And I know, I hope that doesn't sound too rude, but you know, you don't get to pick and choose every single person that comes to your raid. Like, a lot of them are going to be idiots, and so you can get rid of the bad people and bring in new people. And that was part of it. So it was like, okay, how can I make sure that, you know, you're only as good as your worst person? How can I make sure that the bottom like 10 players in this raid don't die in the first 50 seconds of this raid encounter? Okay, well, I need to pull it apart. I need to tailor make the strat to cater to these people, and that means I really have to learn how to I need to know how the encounters work intimately. You know, like, it wasn't just enough to go on, like, at the time, Tank Spot and watch their videos on how to do their shit. And then who were the two British guys that had their WoW boss video at that point? Oh shit, I think one of them's name was Alex. Someone in chat's got to know those two, because they took over the Tank Spot kind of era for watching how-tos for raids. Maybe someone in chat will know that. Fuck, I hope so. Anyway, Fat Boss, that's it. Thank you, Platicus, thank you. It's Fat Boss. And watching those, like, that wasn't enough for our raid. Like, I had to, like, it wasn't like a lot of guilds were just like, go watch the Fat Boss video or go watch the Tank Spot video, and then you know the fight and come back and we'll fucking do it. That wasn't enough for our guild. Like, I had to watch them really study the fight and tailor make the strat so I could coordinate people and make it as simple and foolproof as possible. And I think learning, like, how those mechanics work and those systems of those all those raid bosses work in Ice Crown Citadel and all through Alduar, and then later on, you know, like, all of Mists of Pandaria and to some extent Cataclysm, but I wasn't leading a guild in Cataclysm. There's some stuff that happened during Cataclysm or Casterclysm that caused me to not be able to I had to drop the guild that I was leading, and I went and joined another guild later on in the expansion when things settled, and I helped them with some stuff too, but not as much. And I credit that to having some game design kind of thoughts, you know, like how to pull it apart. And obviously it had to work on it a lot since then, and I think the early videos show that I still had a long way to go. Probably still have a long way to go. Let's be honest. But yeah, I think that was invaluable experience. What's the difference between valuable and invaluable? Is invaluable like so valuable you can't even put a number on it, where valuable is like saying something's valuable is still kind of the same way, right?
Valuable is like you're an asset, right? But invaluable is like
You're indispensable.
yeah.
Why does indispensable mean the opposite of dispensable, but invaluable
You really
means,
want to get
means,
into English
means valuable but even more?
analysis right now?
Maybe.
Because English is a fucked up language, so like why even? It just is. You just memorize it and that's it. I'm looking forward to teaching Finn all that stuff. I can hear the whys already.
Why? Mommy, that's so silly.
Silly mommy.
Silly mommy. Anyway, next question on Patreon, and then because that was a quick one, and then we'll go to chat.
Stephen O says,
Oh, invaluable is something you can't put a value on it, but isn't it implied that that's because it's so valuable? That's what I take it. Nah, maybe it does make sense. Maybe we're just being dumbasses. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead, Lily. Sorry I interrupted. I'm a dumbass.
Cuban O says, no need to answer if too political.
Uh-oh. Dun, dun, dun.
People tend to react heavily to criticism on things they like and have invested a large amount of time and money into it. Games and brands can be such a thing, but in the end, both are still products which can be criticized and analyzed. Do you think that the rise in atheism led many people to replace their traditional belief system with brands and specific investments?
Absolutely yes. Yep, strong yes. No doubt in my mind. Yep, for sure. And that's why atheists are the worst. Even though I am the most atheist person in the world, I'm the atheist.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Actually, I think I'm more agnostic than atheist.
I think I'm more atheist than you are.
I think there could be something that's kind of like, effectively kind of like a god. If we're all in a simulation kind of thing, there could be something like a god. But I don't think there is a god that made the universe in the supernatural, gray beard or ball of energy way. Like I don't think that. But yeah, yeah, for sure. And what I'm about to say is mostly coming from reading *Sapiens* by, oh god, Yuval Noah. Oh fuck, what's his last name? Oh, I have to Google it.
I can go get it for you, but it's downstairs. Fine. I'm still reading it.
Harari. Yuval Noah Harari, reading *Sapiens* and the sequel to *Sapiens*, which is *Homo Deus*, I think. So the idea that the dual nature of humans is a great benefit, and that we're capable of holding contradictory ideas in our head, and that can lead to some confusion sometimes, and can also lead to some really strange beliefs and arguments. Like you can have someone who's really into evidence-based like logical research, and they can still believe in God. Like there's this really big conflict in that mind, but they still function. They can still be productive, and they don't think that there's anything wrong with that either. Also that we're all liars, and there's no way of getting around that, and the fact that we are liars is a great benefit to our species, and it's just something that we should just accept and acknowledge. Like we shouldn't have deception, but we just kind of lie. And it's also linked, I don't think he talks about this in the book, but I've also linked it in my head with intrusive thoughts, that you're watching something, or you're playing some game, and then just this scantily clad anime girl comes along and just really intrudes on the experience. That feeling that when you're at the edge of a cliff, or you're on a bridge or anything, and there's a little voice in the back of your head that's like, jump, or like you're in front of a fire, and there's a thought in your head that's like, hey, what if you just stuck your hand in, what would happen? Like that kind of, like, there's this unpredictability, I almost said that right, to our species, that can lead us to be very creative and very inventive. And it's matched with this, okay, we can hold conflicting ideas in our heads, we can lie and be very creative about it, and we're constantly pushing that boundary. And also we have these intrusive thoughts that sometimes people are just going to be like, you know what, fuck it, I'm doing it, like, and that sort of thing. But the other idea he talks about in the books, both of them actually, because I was a little disappointed in Homo Deus, because compared to *Sapiens*, I felt like he was just he just wrote the same book again. It wasn't until the end and a short bit in the beginning that I felt was really different than anything else. I felt like it was just exactly the same as *Sapiens*, just told in a different way. Probably because he has the same focus on historical evidence and examples. But yeah, I was a little disappointed. However, there's a section in his book that's called A Brief History of Lawns, and that completely changed my perception of the phrase, those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it. That is something that I've always assumed, that it's like, wow, we're moving fast. I always assumed that meant, like, if you don't understand history, you're going to make the same mistakes that we've learned from history, and that's not actually what that means. It means that things are set in a certain way, and you might not understand why we do things in the way that we do them without studying history and realizing why. And he talks about lawns and why we keep lawns, and he linked that to a brief history of lawns. And that's probably, no joke, one of the most important things that I've ever read that resonated with me like right away. It was like, oh, holy shit, I now understand something that I really didn't before, that I thought I already did. So there you go. Joe's capable of learning. So I was happy with that. That was worth the price of admission just alone, you know, even though the book was a Christmas present. Thank you, Lily. Humans also collectively go in for myths, and sometimes those myths will be religion and gods, and sometimes it can be corporations, and we will all agree that these things exist when they don't, and there are all these rules, and there's no real objectivity in a lot of things that we do, you know, like there was recently a comment I got on one of the streams. I can't remember what it was. It was something about how, like, if everyone agreed on the planet that we should murder this one person, that doesn't mean that the murder is okay. And it's like, well, actually it does, because there is no justice, there is no objective morality. That doesn't exist. There's that that quote from, I believe it's Terry Pratchett, who said, you know, like, if you grind down the whole universe and you put it through a sieve, or you put it to a filter of everything, there will not be one molecule of justice, no molecule of morality, no molecule of truth. These things don't exist. They only exist in our heads, and we've made those things happen, you know? So it's always interesting to talk to someone who thinks that murder is wrong no matter what, when they also believe in prisons. It's like, okay, well, if you don't believe murder is ever right, like, are you okay with prisons? Like, do you think no one should be in prison? Because sometimes it's justified, and that's kind of being semantic. Like, it depends on what he means, you know, or whoever wants to make the argument means. I also don't believe in the death penalty, you know, like, I don't really think that's a good thing, but at the same time, to make it a moral thing, that's a hard sell for me. But anyway, it's linked to this idea of myths, and Harari talks about corporations a lot in the book, and how there are these myths of these entities that don't really exist, but we all pretend to, because we bought into the myth of Coca-Cola. We bought into the myth of Ferrari, you know, like Porsche. You know, what is the company? Is it the product that they make? Well, no. If there were all the Porsches were destroyed tomorrow, that company would still exist. And it's like, okay, well, is it the people that live there, like, work for there? Well, no, there's no one person that you could remove, or, you know, like, or the factories or anything. Like, this company that's been entrenched now it exists in the minds of everyone. That's what it is. And it's kind of an interesting idea, and it doesn't really all make that much sense at the beginning, but at the end I was like, you know what, you've convinced me. And I think that idea of collective myths that we buy into and become invested into happens with art as well. Probably not as near as strongly, but yeah, I think it does, and I think that's replaced a lot of the belief systems and the sense of community that religion used to offer. I think that we need it. Like, as much as I said at the beginning, like, I am very atheist. I was one of those edgelord atheists when I was a teenager. Like, I wouldn't even go to one of my cousin's christenings because, like, I don't believe in this shit, you're all fucking sheep. And I cringe my ass off when I think of that, and I feel so bad for my uncle when I wouldn't go, because I was in that edgelord phase. In my defense, I was 19. I was 12. I just want to say 19 because it'd be funny. I cringe my ass off, but like I was one of them. But I really do think that we need it. Like we need that sense of community. I'm jealous that you know, I didn't grow up with that sense of strong community. That religion can bring. You know, like you can feel really connected to a group, and I think we need that sort of thing. And I think that's sort of what has been replaced. As atheism has gone up, we need to replace that with something, and it's like, well, it's the art that I like. And I think there's probably a bigger discussion point to make that I'm not equipped to do, and I don't know enough about, which is that most of the conversations and interactions we have with other people nowadays are just like almost exclusively about the media that we consume. It's all about like, what book did you read? What movie did you watch? Are you watching this TV show? I need to watch Game of Thrones because I need to talk about it at the water cooler at work. I need to be able to talk about Westworld and the new Watchmen show, like I'm gonna be behind and I'm missing out, and that's because that's all the conversations are dominated by. And honestly, I kind of feel like politics has become the same thing. Politics has become media. It's become like a story that we follow, and people get really invested in the side that they've chosen, and they don't really even care about the points anymore. It's all about like, I want my team to win over your team. It's a sports match to them, and it's like, yeah, fuck you, let's own the Democrats, let's own the Republicans. It's just all that shit, and I really feel like politics shouldn't be that, because this is important stuff, you know what I mean? But it's like, that's kind of what it has turned into. And maybe this is me being like in the early stages of becoming an old man, but I kind of feel like it wasn't that way when I was a kid. Not even when I was like a young adult. I feel like when I was a kid, it wasn't that way, or it wasn't that way like back even before I was born, with the stories that I've heard. But I kind of suspect that this is maybe me becoming an old man. I really don't want it to be, but I kind of feel like it is. It's always been that way, and I'm just like finally realizing it now that I'm old enough to see it. But yeah, so that's what I think. So I definitely agree. Was there another part to that question, or have I answered it sufficiently? I'm just trying to think if I should segue into a different point or not. Like, was there another part?
I think that was it. It was the rise in atheism led many people to replace their traditional belief system with brands and specific investments.
Mm-hmm.
Just a thought, because both topics are very emotional. Furthermore, both parties show the same behavior in unreasonable defending their own thinking and attacking dissidents.
Yeah. I think it happens less with certain forms of media. I think it happens less with books. I think it happens a lot with video games. But video games are, to like our generation, kind of like a religion. Like, I don't think, again, maybe I'm wrong, I believe it or not, I wasn't alive in the 50s, but I don't think that movies and TV shows dominated people in the same way that games can dominate lives. Like, even my life is so dominated with video games. So I don't know about that. But yeah, I see it a little bit happening with movies now more, especially with the Marvel stuff. If you don't like the Marvel stuff, then you have your shit, and I don't like you anymore, that sort of thing. Which, by the way, all of it is shit. So. Family trait. Inner rhythm when staying still and does. Oh, we got increases the entire family's mood. Oh, cool. So as you increase for different characters, they get buffs on different sides. Nice. Okay.
All 8 eyes.
Well, did they have another question?
No, that was it.
That's it? Okay, because I'm in the middle of a boss, just ask the next question and we'll go to chat after that. Sorry, chat. But we have a lot of questions to go through.
Door S says, regarding Hollow Knight again, did you discover since your video that the Gerb father is probably not...
Grubfather.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Did I say it right?
Grubfather. I think you said the Grubfather, didn't you?
Oh, it says Gerb here. I don't know. It's G-U-R-B.
Oh, it's Grubfather.
Is it Grub?
Yeah, it's Grub.
Okay. Grub father is probably not really evil, and eating the other grubs is their way of revolving.
I did find that out. I'm not sure if I believe it. It seems to be that way, but I'm not 100% convinced, considering how dark the rest of that game can be. It like I said, probably, but not 100% convinced. Was that the whole question?
There's a second question. It's
Okay.
separate.
Okay, go ahead.
Second would be, what is your dream job? If you say your current job is your dream job, that's great, but if you can give a different answer in that case.
I love my job, man. Like, I it always sounds false when people in my position say that sort of thing, because, you know, like, our jobs are dependent on having this, like, public image, and, you know, like, I love streaming for you guys, and be next to the next stream, I'm so excited. But no, I genuinely love my job. It's not always an easy job. It can often be very frustrating and very difficult, but I love my job, and I think every single day I wake up and I'm like, I really try to consciously, like, appreciate the position that I have, both for streaming and for the videos. But this wouldn't be my dream job. My dream job would be making games instead of playing them and talking about them. However, maybe you know, after I experienced that, maybe I would be like, oh God, I was wrong. You know what I mean? Like maybe I'd be like, oh no way, man. So like I would like to experience that and see, but yeah, I think that making the games, and I have a lot of game ideas that I would like to do, and they would be things I would really like to explore. For a while, I think writing was up there, but video games have always been it for me, even since I was a kid. You know, like writing the books, I always wanted to have something published in order to use that to get into game dev, because BioWare in particular used to have a note on their website when they had jobs up. This was back before even Mass Effect 1 was out, talking about how, you know, hey, if you want to be a writer for us, you know, link 1 or 2 of the books you've published that are out there, and, you know, we'll consider you. And I was like, oh wow, like I haven't written shit. So like even back then it was something that I really wanted to do. So I would say video game development, which is weird because it's changed now, and it used to always be about, I don't really give a shit about gameplay, I just want to write the video game stories, I want to be involved in that part, but now it's like it's really both. Like I want to make interesting gameplay systems as well as cool stories and gameplay interactions that are linked with them. It's not about just the stories themselves. I really want to explore gameplay styles. But yeah, so that would be my dream job. But if like this is it, you know, like if I'm going to be like a streamer and a YouTuber or just talk about games, you know, like if YouTube ever went down, if there was another site I could go on to, or if it was writing non-fiction books about game design or anything, like I would be satisfied with that. Like that's like really, really good and really, really cool, and I'd be very, very grateful. Like I am grateful right now, but like there is something I would like to do better, and that would be making the games instead. Yeah. Mostly anime visual novels. Right?
Of course. What else is there?
Was there another part to that question?
No, that was it.
That was it? Okay, let's take some questions from chat. Have I tried making a game? I think someone's going to ask a question related to this later on in the Q&A. We read through all the questions, and I think it was in them. Before the channel, Lily and I were in a pretty bad place financially. There's a question I remember now that I've said the word financially.
I think it's the next person, actually.
Yeah, someone asked about how we're into finances and stuff and how do we manage things. We were in a really bad place financially, and once we get to that question, you guys will know exactly how bad in a place we were financially. I can't really work a traditional job anymore because of my sleep disorder, because of narcolepsy. I used to be able to, but it gets worse as you get older, and apparently it's going to continue getting worse until I'm in my 40s. And there's also a link to Parkinson's disease, which is just absolutely fucking great to look forward to that. And so like it's supposed to get worse until I'm in my 40s, and it's supposed to get a little better for some reason in their 40s, but not for every narcoleptic. So like there was a bunch of different things that I was trying to make work, and one of them was the books on Amazon, which as I've said before, like they were written very, very quickly, and they sold quite a bit. And then Amazon completely changed their algorithm overnight one night, and sales went down from selling like it's going to sound like an exaggeration, but it's not, like a couple hundred copies every single day to 2. Like that's how sudden and quick it was, which is why I'm always, and Lily had you know, her books were doing really well too, both of us, and we both experienced that just like every other indie author that was on there. And that's why I'm always really cautious about, you know, I worry a lot about YouTube, and you know, what if YouTube falls apart? What if they do something wrong? You know, what if Twitch falls apart? So I'm always really, really scared. But I really shouldn't be anymore, because I'm a different person than I was back then now, and becoming a father really changed me, like for the better. Like it was a really positive change in my life, so I shouldn't worry about it anymore, because if something bad happened, you know, there's enough resources, and I'm a different person that I could make it work, you know?
I'm gonna take a peek at them just while you said that.
Okay. I'm gonna just pause for a second while she goes out so I don't wake them up. Okay. So like it changed me, so I shouldn't really worry that too much about it. Like there would be something else that I could do now. I think that I could make work, you know. But one of there was, I think, 3 or 4 things that we were looking into at the same time, to after the Amazon thing fell apart in the months there while, you know, Lily was pregnant. And one of them was the channel, which turned out to do really well. And the other one was game development. And I was teaching myself how to code. I was taking free online classes and tutorials. And I made a game in Unity. I followed along with the with a tutorial that Unity themselves provided, and I tinkered around with it, and I was like getting somewhat into it when the channel kind of took off, and I was like, oh, okay, you know, this is the thing that hit, so I'm gonna go with this and see where it goes. And here we are now, all these years later, and you're listening to me talk. But you know, like maybe there would have been another avenue where the channel didn't take off, and I would have dived deep into that game and made that game instead. And there was no game that was taking form at that point. It was just I was learning how to program. I was learning how to do some simple pixel art. I was learning how Unity worked for the most part. I think maybe I was going to look into Unreal as well and see if that was any better. But yeah, that's the one of the other avenues that I was exploring at the time. So yeah, I have tried kind of. What is your dream place to travel to? Oh, there's so many. I think the top on the list is Hawaii. I'd really like to go to Hawaii and see the ocean there and travel around Hawaii. I think that's number 1 for me. What about you?
Europe, but I don't know exactly where.
Somewhere in Europe?
Somewhere in Europe. Somewhere old, where there's those little winding alley-like streets, and you kind of wander down one and you'll find like a little cafe. I don't know if it's France or Italy or what. Something Mediterranean, I guess.
I'd have to go there too. What's your thoughts on cancel culture? Someone asked that later in the Q&A, so you might have a better answer there. But for the most part, I think it's bullshit. For the most part. It depends on the context, and there's nuance to everything. But I feel like the internet is turning into a mob that often wants blood, and if it's not sated, then we have problems. But yeah, that's how I feel about that as a very, very general thing. But sometimes it is deserved. Rome is the place for you?
Portugal too, apparently.
Do I have a dream car? I can't drive, so we're actually going to learn tomorrow, like soon. We're gonna learn. Lily has driven before. She was in the middle of learning, and then her parents made that not happen. So that's a whole other story for another night, maybe. But I've never learned. Again, because of my parents, I never had the chance to learn. I had no resources to learn. And I was afraid to try because of the sleep disorder. And now that I'm old enough and I have more experience with things, I think I'm gonna try, and we'll see how that goes. And if it turns out that I can't, then I can't. I'm not gonna risk anyone's lives driving around, like especially since the person who is most likely to die is me, you know, because of it. So yeah, learning to drive and I'm deed, like that's not going to be good. Someone else asked a question. What is my opinion of my own books? I think my books are okay. They're not meant to be. I wasn't writing the next John Irving novel. John Irving is my favorite author. My favorite book is Catch-22. Like these are not like what I was trying to replicate. I wasn't trying to go for that. I was trying to read like disposable, and I was trying to write disposable, entertaining stories. And in that way, I completely succeeded. You know, like people read them and they're pulpy paperback stuff, and people enjoyed them, and they got better as they went along. I got more into the characters, and I started putting a lot more effort into it because I had more to work with, because I had like storylines that were building up over time. But a lot of the stories that are on there are short stories, and they're just one-off characters that are really just a vehicle for fight scenes. You know, like they're just like 6,000 to 9,000 word stories that I wrote in some cases in a day. You know, they went through a couple edits, and Lily and I read them together, and then they went up, and they would have really snappy titles with snappy covers that show you exactly what you're getting, because that's the formula we were going along with, which was that no one's going to know who I am. No one is going to click on something that has a title like The Betrayal. You know what I mean? Like, it has to be like, this title is telling you what's in the story. So you have, there are Marines and they're fighting aliens, or there's a wizard and there's a dragon, although that one is intentionally that way, to lull you into something. That one has a little bit more artistry to it.
Well, that's the thing. Like, they were written to make money because we needed money, and it was a way, you know, to make money from home. But it's not like you didn't have bigger ideas or there were a lot of books that didn't get written, right? That you had
Yeah,
ideas
for sure, yeah.
that were bigger and more complicated and more artistic than the commercial stuff that we put out there.
Yeah, and you as well. Like we both have the more arty ideas that we would like to do. And
Like we weren't writing just
into.
for money. We do enjoy writing. It's not that we were writing those books for money.
Am I coming on too strong about the writing for money thing?
Well, you just make it kind of sound like we just like shit them out in a day. And,
Oh no,
and they were shit. And they weren't that bad. Like
there's a question later on about when did I decide to become a writer, and the answer to that is I didn't. I've always wanted to write.
Yeah.
So it's just
saying
like
there were other ideas too that we didn't have the chance. If they had kept selling, we would have probably gone bigger, right? We would have had a chance to write those bigger ones.
So that's the I'm gonna die because I'm not paying attention. So that's the origin of those stories. Oh, that looks like a boss. Let's go get some health if we can find it somewhere. Can we ask a question if we're filthy non-subs too? You can, but we can't promise that we're going to answer it. Even if you are a sub in chat, we can't promise that we're going to answer it. We have a list on Patreon that we're going by that I think we should get to after I say thank you to some people for subbing. But yeah, not even the Twitch subs are guaranteed tonight. It's so hot in here. How are the kids, by the way? They all right?
Finn's awake. The other two are asleep.
Yeah. Thank you to Ralgarog. Ragnarok. Thank you to Ralgarog for the 15-month resub. That was a Witcher 3 reference, by the way, in case anyone missed it. Thank you very much, Ralgarog. Thank you to Ozar99 for the 18-month resub. That's like two babies, right? With a heart.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ozar99. Thank you, Justin Nader X? Justin Ader-X?
Justina
Terex? I'm not sure.
Not sure.
One of those. You are entertaining, smiley face for 2 months. I hope we got one of your names right. Sorry.
Yes, they said yes. To which one?
To which one?
To all of them.
Thank you. And thank you to Koi Vision for the 24-month resub. 2 years. I love you guys. You bring so much joy and happiness into my family. Thank you very much. Welcome to the 2-year club, Koi Vision. Hope you like that 2-year chat icon. Thank you very much, and I'm happy that we bring you some amount of joy. That's a sweet message. Thank you, Koi Vision. And thank you, Sam Iverson, for the 3-month resub as well. Thank you, Sam Iverson. Hope you're having a good night. It's Friday, right?
It's Friday
It's
night.
Friday night. Hope you're having a good Friday night. Okay, next Patreon question.
You need to scroll for me a little bit because I can only see part of it.
Is it Carlos time?
It's Carlos. Carlos Strife. Hey Joe, how are you doing today?
I'm doing okay. I'm a bit tired. I slept a lot last night. Right now I'm a bit tired, but I'm mostly uncomfortable. It's really hot in here, and I'm really sweaty, which isn't a nice thing to say, but yeah, it's like the door is closed. We're in a small room together.
There's no air in here.
And I would like to open a window or turn the fan on, but it's going to be too noisy. So I only feel it when I think about it. So it'll be okay. We'll be fine.
First of all, I enjoyed this new format for the Q&As quite a lot, but Lily's back, so fuck that. Of course, I prefer the streams since I was so used to them, but I think this worked well, and I believe it will only get better.
Uh-oh. So in case anyone doesn't understand that, the last Q&A was just me, and I put the text on the screen when it went up on YouTube. However, we are still going to do that. I'm going to go through and process the video, and we'll do that for this one as well. So it should be about the same thing. The text will obscure the game, but that's okay. It's just here as background noise.
My questions for this month are as follows. I am absolutely enamored by Devil May Cry 5.
He's in chat. How wrong was I?
It's okay. It was March? So I was still months and months before baby, right? So I shouldn't have been here. That game blew all of my expectations away, and I can't wait for you to play it eventually. Do you think you could do a video covering the Devil May Cry series one day, or maybe one about Bayonetta? I would absolutely love hearing what you have to say about the combat, the mechanics, and the ridiculous stories and styles of these games. If there's maybe not much to talk about with this question, feel free to tell your opinion on the games you've already played and how your experience was.
So it's definitely possible. I have played all of them except for the latest two. So DMC if you include that in the series and Devil May Cry 5. Although if you don't include DMC in the series, I don't know how you can justify keeping Devil May Cry 2 in the series. You know, it's like the same character, but it's like wow, that game's bad. It's just so bad. I don't know if I would have enough to say on it. Like, I played Devil May Cry 1 at release because I'm just that old. It was actually kind of surreal talking to people on Discord one time, and you know, they were you know, I called them a spectacle fighter, and someone said, you know, I don't really think it's a spectacle fighter. I'm like, dude, you weren't born when that game came out, all right? It was spectacle back then. It might be kind of tame now, but back when that came out, it was a spectacle, okay? But yeah, that was kind of funny for me to go through. Yeah, so I do have like quite a few opinions on that game and that series, and I think one is my favorite just because of, you know, the nostalgia, and when I played it, it was just like wow, this game is so cool. But I think 3 out of the ones I played now, 3 has the best gameplay and was the one I got the most into. Like when I was done with 3, I immediately replayed it again. And then I think I played it again a third time. But when I was done with Devil May Cry 1, it went back to the video game store because it was a rental, and I didn't play it again for a long time later. And I think the next time I played a Devil May Cry game was Devil May Cry 2 again. And sorry, it was Devil May Cry 2 for the first time, and was just looked like someone slapped me the whole time I was playing. I was just so pissed off. But the only good thing about that was that you could shoot at two different targets at once. I was like so annoyed. But maybe it's not that bad. Maybe it's actually all right. I don't think so. I think it is that bad, but I would like to play it again to find out for sure. So I think I would have enough to say. The issue is, would enough people want to hear about it? Like, Devil May Cry has been a series that a lot of people have done videos on. I think that the Gaming Brit did a video series on it. I think Turbo Button has done a video series on at least Bayonetta. I can't remember if he did a video on Devil May Cry. Matthew Matosis did that big commentary on Devil May Cry. I think Sphere Hunter did a video on Devil May Cry 5, and I think maybe some of the other ones too. I'm not sure. The heat is getting to me. So I think a lot of people have done videos on that series, and for me to dig in and do like really high level analysis of gameplay, which is what I would want to do in order to be satisfied with it, I would have to play that game for longer than I played, you know, the Witcher games, and I played the Witcher games for 600 hours. So it's gonna be a really big commitment, and I don't know if I'm ready to do that or if I ever will be, especially considering like I'm not sure if I would be capable of it still. Like, I don't know. Like, maybe I would just hit a wall with that and just be like, I don't know. Like, I would just say, sorry guys, I have no idea, because I haven't really kept up with the genre that as much as other ones that are really invested into it. So I think that it's unlikely. So I do like the games a lot, and I would like to play Devil May Cry 5 on stream. After playing Bayonetta, I'm pretty confident that I could that I could do well enough not to embarrass myself. You know, like Bayonetta was the first time I played one of those games in a long time, so I think that I could get through it, and it would be all right. So I think that would be entertaining on stream, but it's been out for a while now, and I'm going to be nowhere near any flashy play or anything, so it would just be like, hey, let's see what I think about this game, and we'll get through it together. And for anyone who doesn't like to play those games but might like to watch me play something like that, it would be interesting, and I'm pretty sure the story's wacky as fuck. So that would probably be something that will happen at some point in the future, and I already have it. I bought it last time it went on sale thinking like, I'm going to have time to play this at some point, and then it's like Geralt came along and slapped me with his dick and was like, nope. So it's like, yeah, so I think that yeah, like it'll be something that we do on stream at some point, but I don't know when. But a video, very unlikely, sorry. I think 4 was a little disappointing. I remember I read a review of 4. I can't remember which outlet it was. It wasn't a person, it was an outlet. It was like on IGN or something, but I don't think it was IGN. And they said, you know, when you finally get to play as Dante, he has one of the coolest action abilities I've ever seen in a game. You'll know it when you see it. And I got there so excited. I can't wait to see this mechanic. And I couldn't tell what it was. And I was so annoyed. I was like, what's the cool mechanic? Is it that he can switch weapons really fast? did he get mixed up and it was the hitting R on the attack to make your power go up? What was the mechanic? I didn't know, so I was like, okay, like, so I was a little put off for that, but that's not fair to be put off on something like that. Like, who gives a shit what the gaming outlet said? But I just felt like the game suffered from, first of all, being this character that I didn't want to be. I felt like I got Raiden'd. I was like, who gives a fuck about this guy? And then I get to the end point of that character's story, and then suddenly I'm Dante, and I do the fucking, like, the game again, you know, just backwards. And it was like, oh, they just ran out. It's like your path in that game is like a fucking stupid boomerang. Like, you go out from the city and then you go back in across the same goddamn levels that you went through in the first place. So I felt like 3 did that way better. 4 looks better, obviously, but it fucking should. It was on PlayStation 3, and I really was disappointed with that level structure, and the last boss in particular, I think, was kind of disappointing too. Or at least the last big boss. I don't really remember it all that well. I like the big fire demon guy, but that was like something that was part of the main promotion of the game, right? So yeah, I don't know. I don't know, like, if my opinion on 4 is a bad opinion. Rex was really into the Devil May Cry games. Rex was the person who organized the first iteration of the Discord, and I spoke to him about Devil May Cry, like, very rarely. Like, every now and then we had like a conversation about that. I think maybe it might only been twice that we spoke about Devil May Cry, and I remember him telling me that, you know, he's a fan of 4. Maybe he told me that in confidence. Whoops. Like, no, he didn't. And that he likes that a little bit more than most people, but it's still not his favorite. And so maybe I just didn't get into the high level play of that. I've seen some like crazy bullshit that people can pull off with, like, jumping while in the air with these perfect fucking, like, movement. It's like it's not even something out of the Matrix. It makes the Matrix looks tame, you know, and it's people playing it like they're just hopping around like fucking crazy. So I don't know how they do that, or if that's something, if you can get close to that kind of play as a novice. But I thought that was interesting. So maybe I hadn't really gone into it that much. But I'm eager to try DMC. And I'm eager to see if it's as bad as everyone says, because I doubt it is. I think it's probably, like, I hate the phrase because it's such a shitty thing to say. You know, like, it's not a bad game, it's just not a good game in this series. You know, like, it's not a bad game, it's just a bad Dark Souls game. You know, it's kind of eh. And I think I've even said it like once myself about Fallout 4. Like, sometimes it's true, I guess, but like maybe DMC is not a bad game. It's just a bad Devil May Cry game. We will find out. So I'm guessing I should be blocking with this guy, huh? We're just not using that ability. Yeah, sorry, I'm not really paying attention much to the game. I'm just kind of face rolling it at the moment. Sorry. Don't take my footage as like indicative of the game's quality at all, because I don't know what I'm doing. What is Carlos's next question?
How we spend our money. It's the finance question.
Oh, it's the finance question? Okay.
How's your approach to finances? Do you usually read about investments and money? Do you try saving a little every month? Is economics a subject of your interest? I've been curious about how you think about this matter for a while, but that might also be a very personal question, so feel free to skip it if it makes you uncomfortable.
No, it's fine. We can answer it, but there were some quick questions. A quick question after that, so let's answer that one first.
How much do you miss Persona 5?
I miss Persona 5 quite a lot, and I was I have a lot of nostalgia for that and that playthrough. So I think I'm looking forward to going back to Royale. Like, at the end of Persona 5, I think I gave it a 7 out of 10. Maybe I'm ready to up that to 7.5.
Whoa. I
know. Maybe I'm ready to up that to 7.5. I don't know. I have to think about it some more. So we yeah, I'm looking forward to that, and I miss it quite a bit. That was like a part of my life for what, a month and a half, 2 months. Felt like a year, but no, it was
you'll never get it back.
Never getting that back. So and then I think at the end,
I think that's it. As always, thanks for everything you do. You're great.
Oh, thanks, Carlos. And he's here. Mm-hmm. Thanks for the message, Carlos.
In the flesh.
So the question was about finances. I don't mind saying it. Like, it's fine. We can talk about it. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So here's my PIN number, and here's how much money that we have. Okay, so like I said earlier, just a little while ago. Lily and I were at one point, like years before we had the boys, like below the poverty line in Canada. Like what Canada considers poverty, like we were below that. We weren't even at it. We were below it. To put that into perspective, there have been months where streams were doing really well and a new video came out and Patreon was a little higher than it is now, that we have made more in 1 month than we used to make in 1 year back then. And it's not by a little bit either, by quite a bit. Like it's been more in that 1 month than we did in a whole year in those like below poverty line days. And I don't want to talk about how we got into that situation because we talked about that a bunch on a stream before. You know, like we both went to university and we both kind of got dicked over by our parents, and we both have our own like borderline disabilities. Lily's bipolar, I'm narcoleptic, and we didn't know that for quite a while until we were into our 20s. And it's just not worth getting into, and it's going to come across as like a big fucking pity party anyway. But suffice it to say, it wasn't all just because of bad decisions that we were in that position. We have never had to go to anyone for help. We have never had to, beg or anything like that, or go on welfare. We've never had to do that. We were able to avoid that, but we were able to avoid that by getting significantly into debt during those times. And we were able to get back up a little bit when the books were at their height, but it wasn't until really into the height of the channel and everything that we were able to get ourselves out of that hole. And yeah, so your question about finances it's related to that because we are absolutely terrified of ever going back to that stage, and we are so used to being in that the money that we have now, like we're doing fairly well. Like I think I think the numbers I've said before, someone could probably mathematically work out like roughly how much we make. Like Patreon and the ads on YouTube are about the same, or they used to be when I last said it, but the ads are higher than Patreon now, and Twitch is half of Patreon. But at the height of Twitch, Twitch can get up there to about the same amount, and I think at one point it surpassed Patreon right at the height of Twitch, and then we had to stop because Lily was pregnant. So like you could probably work out like how much that we've made, at least with those numbers when they were relevant. Now it's a little different. You know, ads have gone down a bit on YouTube, but they're coming back up a little bit now because of whatchamacallit, Christmas is coming, and September, October, November, December are the best months of the year, and February, March, and April are absolutely the worst months, and it tends to like swing back and forth between those two extremes. And obviously Twitch is not making nearly as much as it did before because streams have only just come back, but it's recovering way faster than I thought it would. Like more people are coming back for the streams, and obviously Patreon is the lowest it's been since the Patreon video went up because one, we haven't made another Patreon video advertising it, and secondly, it's been so long since the Witcher video came out, and as far as people are concerned right now, they probably look at that and think, Patreon vampire, as Mandalore says, and I won't blame them for that. It's just that the video is just taking so goddamn long because it's so long, and it's quite dense for its length despite being so long. So I have no like, oh wow, it's not fair. It's completely fair. It's completely justified. I'm surprised that the Patreon is as high as it is so far. Sorry, I'm getting a little tired. But yeah, so because of that, like we don't really have to worry about finances and to make sure that we have to watch our spending, because we just don't spend our money. Like, I don't really know how to overstate that. Like, we don't buy anything for fun for ourselves. Like my biggest hobby is now my job. So I get the games for the job no matter what. So it's like kind of a business expense. And like I play the games, and my hobby are the same thing. I don't collect magic cards or figurines or, guns or butt plugs or anything. Like I don't collect anything like that. Lily doesn't either, except for one of those 5. And it's just
I don't even know what you just said. So if that was a joke, I missed it.
You have a Magic card collection, don't you?
Oh yeah, it's true.
Yeah. So it's just like we don't really spend the money on fun things, you know, like the biggest expense that we've had since the channel started was like I like put together like a Rolls Royce of a computer, but that's for the Witcher video, so I could play it at a really high resolution and graphics on the playthrough that really mattered for that, and also so I could render the video and not have to worry, you know, like it has like a lot of hard drive space to keep all of the footage, even though like I've still filled up like 10 terabyte drives, like it's like 20 fucking goddamn terabytes of footage on there right now, and it's like, so like, but that's for work, you know what I mean? Like I enjoy it, you know, like I don't want to be like Ned Flanders, like doing his taxes in the Simpsons, and he's like, you know, are these black ink pens, you know, I use them for work, but you know, I really enjoy the smell, so really it's for personal use. You know, I don't want to be like that, but you know, like I don't really spend the money on anything fun. And Lily, you know, like I kind of push Lily into enjoying it a little bit. You know, like, you know, go get your hair done, that sort of thing. You know, but like
I buy
even
clothes for the
is,
kids, and I enjoy that, but it's still a practical thing that
yeah,
they need clothes.
it's like it's next to nothing to, you know, because we're so used to being in that.
And I feel bad if I buy something. You know, like I bought a few dish towels for the kitchen that they were for Halloween, and you know, there was one that had like a friend's quote on it, like a picture of a couch and pivot on it, you know, and they were like $10
wow, you
or something.
splurged on that? Wow, we're gonna have words after this stream.
We did bring the towels. We left a lot of stuff when we moved. Like we left a lot, and we had to, money went into it just wasn't worth. We couldn't get a moving truck, and so we had to ship everything that we actually brought.
We left almost all of our stuff back in Toronto.
So we left some stuff behind. We did bring some dish towels with us, but we've also had them for the 12, 13 years that we've been living together now, so you can imagine. So this is not like a fun purchase. This was kind of a, oh, that's cute purchase, but I still felt bad spending money on a few dish towels, because, you know, it's kind of like, do I really need it? Or, you know, could we get by without it? We could use the dingy ones we already have. So that's kind of where we're at. Whenever I spend money that is not for the kids. The kids, I'm kind of like, okay, if they need it, then the kids get it.
I was gonna say that's the one exception, is that we do spend money on the kids, but even then, it's not that much. So like, to answer your question, kind of like, you know, like how do we manage our finances and everything? Mostly we're just kind of banking all the money in case something goes absolutely wrong. But the expenses that we do have that are really up there are for the channel, or are for making things better. You know, like. The next two I'd like to get are an open-eared headset, so I can have better audio quality while I'm streaming, and also a better microphone, because as good as my microphone is, I think it could be better. And long term, once we get a bigger space, is to get a recording booth, because the audio quality, again, it's okay, but it could be a lot better, that sort of thing. But the two things that we're sort of banking on investing in later, is one, leaving Moncton, because I'm sorry for anyone who lives in Moncton or anything like that, but we're kind of miserable here. We don't like it. Like having the baby here, maybe we'll talk about that later. Maybe someone asks about Moncton later in the thing. We're kind of miserable here, and getting a doctor has been a huge struggle, and
it's been a year now since we've been on a waiting list. We still don't have a doctor.
And having the baby really showed us how difficult it is and how ill-equipped the city is really for its population. There's a huge shortage here, and it's not going all that great. The people are nice, but we also learned that we're more big city people than small city people. So yeah, we don't really like it.
It still serves its purpose, because we're not stuck in the small apartment that was falling apart.
We're way happier
paying rent. Like if we could pick up this house and move it, that would be good. But you know, of course, you wouldn't be able to afford it in Toronto. So
we're way happier with the living situation here than we were in Toronto, for sure. And if I had to pick between like what we are now or we're going back to the apartment in Toronto, I would pick this every single time. But in terms of the place, yeah, we're not too thrilled with it. Tried very hard to like not judge too quickly about things, you know, like there was a point where I was telling Lily, it's like, you know, like if we would go to places and things would be broken all the time, like the ATM would be broken, and like we would call like contractors to come and look at the house because we were worried there might be something wrong with the electricity. And there was that time where the shower flooded a little bit over the ceiling, and we had to get a plumber in and all these other things. And then we need someone to come in and look at the when we bought the house, we knew there was some mold in the attic, and we needed to get someone in to spray for the mold. And eventually that did happen. We did get it done, but it was after like 4 phone calls to all these different places for
Nobody
different
answers their
contractors
phone,
that no one answers their phone.
and everyone just goes straight to machine and they don't call you back. And sometimes there's not even an option. Like you call a doctor and they say they're taking phone calls between 10 and 11, and then they're shutting off the phones and you can't get through because you don't call between that time, or they're on the other line, or they're away from their desk. Good luck, call back tomorrow. So it gets really, really frustrating to have to get people in here and stuff and to get things done. And it's like nobody answers their fucking phone and nobody will call you back. Or they won't even give you the option to leave a message in the first place.
Varvar says spray, but only shooting stars break the mold. Over the ceiling, yeah. How do I don't know how to explain this.
It was
properly.
dripping from downstairs when the shower is upstairs.
The shower, the water pipe that leads to the shower head in the wall was leaking at the point where it hits the shower head behind the shower, so in the wall, and it was leaking down through the floor and coming out of the light outlet that was directly below it. So one time Lily was giving one of the boys a shower, and I'm sitting downstairs and water started coming down from the ceiling, and I was like, what the fuck? And so like that sort of thing. Now that time we called, the plumber came right away and we got that fixed. It was an emergency. But everything else that we've wanted done, like they just don't answer it, and then just little things like that. And I kept saying to Lily, like if this happened in Toronto, like I would say this fucking contractor, goddamn it. Whereas if it's happening in Moncton, because it keeps happening, because of bias, it'd be like, goddamn it, Moncton. It was like, everything was just blamed on Moncton instead of that. And I was able to like justify it until we had Kate, and we went to the hospital and we had all these problems with doctors. Like it got, I don't want to go into too many details, but it got really, really bad. Like. It wasn't a good time going through that. Also, right before that, I had to take Leo to the emergency room, which I haven't spoken about before. I don't think I want to talk about that tonight. But that was a really bad night too. And again, it was just like one of the things that piled on. Like this city is not.
Pregnancy too.
I didn't really feel like if it would have been a bigger emergency that I would have felt. I don't think I would have felt safe, I've been worried about that. And all the car accidents that happen here, I feel like they don't know how to drive, since in the first year that we've been here, we've seen more car accidents on the roads here than we have ever seen in our whole entire time of living in Toronto. And Toronto is meant to be one of the worst places for driving in Canada, and yet like holy shit, like it's really, really bad. Anyway, so our finances are going toward like we want to not necessarily go back to Toronto, but like go to a different city. But we might be here in Moncton no matter what for a while, because the other thing that we're saving up is that I want to fund a game. Like I want to make a game, and I want to make that happen sooner rather than later. And at least for now, I refuse to do a Kickstarter. So I want to be able to be in a comfortable position to be able to get into that. And that's the two things where I see the future of our money going. So yeah. In terms of investments, like banking investments, we don't really go in for that. Like maybe that's me being dumb. Maybe I should. But like I said, like we got, our finances were pretty bad originally, and it was kind of like
we're a little bit suspicious about stuff. Oh, I can't speak for you, but the bank, I had banking from before I was born. Like my parents had invested, not a lot, but like a little bit of money for me, and I had like, credit card from 18. I had credit history. And when it came to time to go to school, the bank said, no, you need a cosigner, you need this, you need that, we're not helping you. So it was a big fuck you to me that, when you actually needed the bank, even though they'd had your business for like 20 years, they would not help you. Then you had to jump through all these hoops. And then when we tried to get a mortgage, again, we had to jump through all these hoops, and again, they wouldn't help us. So I just kind of feel like you're putting a lot of eggs in one basket with the bank, and they can fuck you over as much as they want to, and then you're kind of at their mercy.
More just a bad experience that we've had with them in the past. Like,
that's my opinion. I'm not speaking for you, but I'm just saying, like, if I had a financial advisor and someone sit down with me and explain to me what all my options were, and and at various banks and stuff like that, then maybe I would feel more comfortable. But I just kind of feel like they had my money before and they wouldn't help me. And so now I don't really want to put all my money back in there again. I should find like a floorboard and like stick my gold coins underneath.
Yeah, right now we're not, like, it's been like a whirlwind thing of, okay, the channel's taking off, okay, what are we gonna do with it all? And then it's like, okay, is there any possible way we can get into a house and stop renting, because that seems like a really smart idea? And it's like, okay, we're moving to Moncton, oh, okay, if we're gonna have another kid, we should really have it now while the other two aren't too much older, and we're getting older too, and it's not really about, we used to think that like women shouldn't have kids after 35. It's when a lot of problems start coming up more. But I've actually recently learned that's bullshit. Like there is an increase, but it's very minor. It's not really that big of a deal. But at the same time, we want the kids to be sort of close in age. And it's like, okay, well now we're here, and it's like, yeah, okay, now we're deep into this Witcher thing, and it's kind of like a lot of things are on hold until that's done. But yeah, the big thing I want to do is fund the game and do that. And that's it for finances. Yeah. So maybe I think there's at least a couple people that I've just reeled myself to be kind of a dumbass when it comes to money, but I think we're doing all right. Not all that efficient, I don't think, but hopefully it's all right.
I didn't want 20,000. I wanted like 7, because this was like 15 years ago, you guys. Like, university didn't cost as much back then as it does now. It's ridiculous now for you guys, but back then it actually wasn't as... It was bad then, but it wasn't like now.
The mortgage was worse because they didn't understand the online job. The mortgage broker did, though, so we were lucky there.
Generis mushroom.
The generis mushroom is vital to any concoction with the purpose of healing.
With the purpose of healing.
Okay.
While naturally poisonous, any skilled brewmaker could extract the important...
I don't know if we'll have any more kids. We might be done. We might not be done. We haven't decided yet. You just made it sound like we're having another one. So we're all thinking we're having another one.
We haven't decided on another one. We've wanted 4. We wanted if we could manage 4, we wanted 4. And we wanted girl, boy, boy, or boy, boy, girl. And so far we've had boy, boy, girl. So we're 3 for 3 in the order that we wanted. So, part of me just wants to roll the dice again just to see if we get it. But we're really having doubts now whether we can manage a 4th one.
Again, we're talking like
as
4,
parenting,
we're at really, such a young age.
We're really
if you could
sure.
send me a catalog and I could pick one out, but the thought of going through another pregnancy again after the last one so soon is not...
It's not just to see if we would get it. It's also about
we'd love for Kate to have a sister.
Yeah, I always wanted a brother when I was growing up, and Lily always wanted a sister, and the boys have brothers, and and Kate doesn't have a sister, so there's a lot of reasons. It's not just, hey, we're going on a good roll, it's. Yeah.
But it was not an easy pregnancy, and it was a very intense labor and everything, and the thought of having another one is not like, yeah, let's do that again, but at the same time it's kind of like you want them to be close in age, so if you're going to do it, then you should do it, but then can we handle it, and it's emotional versus practical and all this other crap. So our kids are 4, 2.5, and 3 months. But I'm 33 now too, and I know it's not, a totally an age thing in terms of health, but at the same time, do I really want to be having another one at 38, and then I don't have any time to myself until I'm 45, there's a lot of, it's not just like from a medical perspective.
You need to go to Rome, right?
Of course.
As I think it was the Weaver said in chat. I want to go to Rome.
Rome or Portugal. There's someone else that come to Portugal.
Okay, so...
Yeah, the health stuff that happened last time, but there was nothing actually, it was just a rough pregnancy because they said it was 3rd baby. They said 3rd baby, you kind of feel things earlier than you normally would, you know, so stuff that I wouldn't have been feeling till I was like 8 months pregnant, I was feeling at 6 months. But I didn't have any other medical problems. Like there was no high blood pressure or diabetes or anything like that. There's no risk, you know. It's like the doctors were all like, if you want to have one more, you can have one more. There's nothing wrong with that. But again, I just don't know if that's the wisest decision.
Lily, did you play any of the Witcher games?
No, but I watched some.
You felt like you have, right?
Pretty much, and from what I've heard and what I've seen, I'm like spiritually, I've played them.
Is Naked Geralt pretty hot?
Pretty hot.
Pretty hot.
Yeah.
Or do you prefer Triss or Yennefer?
But I was gonna say, is he hotter than Triss or Yennefer though?
Yeah. Which one do you prefer?
I'm gonna piss people off.
Triss?
No.
Yennefer?
I like Yennefer.
Most people prefer Yennefer.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm not as much for. I like the long dark hair. I think she looks more witchy, more like dark and mysterious and kind of broody with her hair. So, yeah, I prefer Yennefer for that.
She's more witchy, right?
Triss might be more fun, but like I think she's more broody.
Yennefer likes to do it on a unicorn.
And good in theory, could be awkward.
Geralt thinks it's awkward. Geralt.
I have naturally very dark hair, so maybe I see myself in her. That's why I'm not a redhead.
Okay, are there any questions in chat that we missed that's been asked quite a few times? Oh, we could adopt? Well, not to get into it, and we should probably move past it a bit, you know, because we said a little too much. With our issues, I don't think we would be a good candidate for adoption. Lily's bipolar and the narcolepsy for me.
I think I've heard enough stories about people who don't have medical issues and stuff like that having enough trouble, you know, being able to qualify, you know, without throwing all that into the mix, right? So, and we already have 3 kids. I don't know if they would take kindly to that either. That
is Leo okay? Okay, let me tell the Leo story because I think people are wondering. You know, I shouldn't have said that, but it was part of the reason. I felt like I needed to justify why we're a little annoyed with Moncton. I won't tell the whole story because the whole story is just how horrible the time was in the emergency room that I had to stay in for the whole entire night, and just the anxiety that was just completely took over for me for like a month afterward, and it's still kind of lingering, to be honest. And it was a week before Kate was born?
2, I think. I think I was like 38 weeks pregnant. It was like the beginning of June, wasn't it? Like June 2nd or something like that.
Yeah.
And she was here on the 16th.
So we put the boys to bed, and just I think maybe half an hour after the boys.
Wait, you had been up a really long time, hadn't you?
I had been up a really long time too, but it doesn't really
I'm just
matter.
saying, like that was like you know, not good timing to be up all night in an emergency room. I'm just saying. I think it's okay for context.
We put the boys into the room, and about half an hour later, Leo is screaming his head off for something, and we go in, and he's bleeding profusely from his forehead, right above his right eyebrow. He has a gash, and there's blood coming down all over his face. And like I rush in, and immediately I'm like, okay, this kid needs stitches. He needs to go to the hospital. And we don't know how he did it. Like this is I know that sounds unbelievable. We have a theory. We don't know how he did it. Like Finn didn't push him. He was just there. Okay, so the other thing is Leo is half an inch shorter than Finn at 18 months younger. So Leo is a big lad, to put it lightly. Leo actually weighs more than Finn. Finn is a little underweight, but Leo actually weighs more than Finn. So our theory with him, like Leo is constantly hurting himself, is that he's just too big for his brain right now. Like he is a monster. Like, and he's always been a monster. Like when he went in for his weigh-in at a year, wasn't he like literally like
he was 90th
top
percentile? Yeah,
like,
he was 90th or 99th percentile.
Like there was no kid on the chart bigger than Leo. Like he was at the top. Like Leo is a gigantic kid. I'm 6 foot tall, and I'm fairly broad. I'm not that broad. I'm fairly broad. I would say I am slightly above average in terms of broadness and height. I am not that big, but my mom smoked like crazy when she was pregnant with me. So maybe I would have been taller. The men on my mom's side are taller than the men on my dad's side. And the men on my dad's side are very broad, and the men on my mom's side are very tall. So like maybe I would have gotten that if my mom hadn't smoked like crazy and like, you know, raised this on chocolate pudding. Like, I don't know, like, who knows, but like Leo is absolutely gigantic. So like he's constantly falling over his own
Every day,
feet.
several times he gets hurt. He trips over his own feet.
He can just be walking just in a straight line, and he won't look where he's going, and he'll walk headfirst into a doorknob. So the theory that we have is that he was climbing over one of their stuffed bears that are in there that are now out of that room, just in case it was that, and he fell over it and smacked his head in the perfect angle at the perfect force on the windowsill. And like it was such a sudden impact that he stood up before any blood could get anywhere near it, because there is no blood anywhere in the room. There was not a single fucking goddamn speck of blood anywhere in that room. And I went in there afterwards, after I got back, with like a flashlight, CSI style. It looked everywhere. There is not a single goddamn speck of blood anywhere in that room, and yet he had managed to split his forehead open above his eyebrow, and he needed 4 stitches, 3.
It was 4,
and he needed 4 stitches, and like.
And that's what Finn said happened too. Finn said he was climbing on the bears.
Finn confirmed. So I had to take him to the emergency room, and that's what happened. And he had the stitches, and you know, a few days later, I think it was a week later, we went back and they took the stitches out. And the kid was a trooper. He was great. He didn't cry when they put the stitches in. He didn't cry when they took the stitches out. He got a toy for the experience. You know, like it was fine. He even fell asleep in the emergency room as we were waiting for 8 fucking hours for them to see us. You know, like he was a perfect, brave little boy, and I'm getting a little emotional talking about it, and I'm trying not to get there. And ever since then, I've been a complete fucking nervous wreck, because like he hurt himself that badly in his room with nothing out of the ordinary that should have been in there. And it's like you can't, like, you always want to keep your kids safe, and you're always worried about them, and it's like you don't put them in dangerous situations. Make sure there's nothing they can fall over or get to or hurt themselves with. Like, we've been fanatical. Like, every single outlet in the whole house and the apartment before that had like a socket guard in it that's so hard to get out that like not even I can get it out sometimes, and I'm almost a grown man, you know, like, and it's just like all this shit, you know, like, and he hurt himself that badly in a room that had nothing bad in it. So like, for
playing with a soft bear. So
it's like, yeah. So the bears went out just in case it was them, and you know, we have like padding in there now on the places that we think that he might be able to fall, and it's just like, yeah. He's been stressed a lot of times, you know, like, don't jump off of the bed, and you're in bed for the night, stay in bed, you know, go out you can go off the bed and get some toys if you want to bring them on the bed, but don't be bad, you know, like, it's not even bad though, like, he should be able to do that stuff, but it's just like, oh fucking hell, like, as he's gotten better. Like, I think his brain is catching up to his body. Like, you know, they're both boys. They're gonna get like, they're gonna rough and tumble a little bit. They're gonna get some bruises. You know, like, they like jumping on top of the couch and everything. They get excited. And I want them to get excited, but it's like, holy crap, man! Like, he that changed me. Like, I'm pretty sure I lost a year of my life that night, and like I am a different person since that night. I'm so anxious all the time. Like, I couldn't sleep for weeks afterward, even worse than usual, you know, like, then the baby came, and the baby was like that on top of each other, and it was just like, I was like, there were so many, I would just wake up with my heart just racing because I thought I heard one of them cry again, and it was like, and then it turned out it would just be Kate, and the boy's fine. I would go and check on them all the time. It's like, because it happened it just happened in the bedroom.
They
like,
just gone to bed, like, it just happened. Like, I'd just gone downstairs, and he started crying.
Like, we're really, really careful parents with this stuff, you know, like, we were terrified of the stairs when we moved here, terrified of the stairs, because they weren't used to having stairs because we were in the apartment. It's like, okay, don't climb the stairs, don't go near the stairs. Like, it's constantly like, oh, like, be careful, and it's like, yeah, it's been bad. So yeah, that's it. I won't talk about it anymore, but yeah, that's what happened to Leo, and I won't go into details about the
At least I didn't go into labor that night. I thought that would have
Yeah,
been bad.
that was it too. You know,
It was so close, and the doctor had said I
telling,
could go at
telling
any
the doctor
time.
and nurses, you know, oh, by the way, my wife might be here later. You know, going into labor. I was worried you were going to go into labor while I was gone, and I was worried you were going to go into labor like the minute I got back. And it was like, okay, back to the hospital.
I was here alone with Finn, and it was so fast with her that, and you were gone longer than I, like that could have been really bad.
I fell down the stairs once, wasn't so bad. I also fell down the stairs when I was a kid. I have a scar on my forehead.
Me too. I broke my glasses.
Me and Leo both have scars on our foreheads, but mine is right in the center of my forehead. His is right above his right eyebrow, and his eyebrow, as his face changes, might cover it. But yeah, it's yeah, fucking hell, man, fucking hell. Anyway, I'm sorry to go on. Let me say thank you to a couple people, and then we'll go to the next Patreon question. Thank you to Lindelof.
I'm gonna say Lindelof.
Lindelof.
No, maybe not. Lindelof. Let's just say Lindelof. I'm not sure if that's right, but that feels righter than the other thing.
Okay, with a 13-month message with hey, thank you so much for the 13-month resub. 1 year into the 1 year club.
Lindelof.
With a good from Chiaki. Lobster Person Live used a bit to get me to read a message. I really need to set that minimum. I'll read it. Only 600 hours on the All Witchers. I spent more time in Dota 2. I believe it, man. Dota 2 is one of those games. Thank you, Lewis Skoo, for the new sub Prime. Welcome to Prime Time, Lewis Skoo. Thank you very much. And thank you, Salty Goku, for the 6-month resub. Finally been able to catch a stream after your break. Glad to see you're online again. Thanks, Salty Goku. It's a Q&A stream tonight, so it's a bit of an odd one, but yeah. Good to see you again, Salty Goku. A lot of people saying how they got hurt when they were when they were kids. It makes me feel better, and I know that the kids are gonna get hurt no matter what. But like, I never broke a bone when I was growing up. I dislocated my shoulder fairly badly. I have that scar on my forehead from. They tell me it was because like. It was either because I fell down the stairs or someone opened the door too hard while I was standing right next to the doorknob, which I don't believe at all. But like with my parents, who knows? Like who knows what happened? But yeah, I never broke a bone. But I think that I worry about Leo, man. Like he's not accident prone. He just runs into things. He's just like he doesn't look. He's just constantly like backing away without looking where he's going. Yeah.
So many people with their stories.
Okay, let's go to the next Patreon question. Oh, this one I'm not gonna be able to give a good answer to. Sorry, but we'll talk about it a little bit. Maybe someone in chat knows more about it. Sorry, go ahead, Lily.
Andrew K says, "Hey Joe, hope life's good for you and your wife. I'll keep them brief. Not video games, but since you seem like an informed guy and are in Canada, I know Joe from Canada, right? Any thoughts on this SNC Lavalin business? Is it a big talking point in Moncton right now, or are people not really that bothered? To many of us in England, the whole affair seems fascinating."
In England, wow. I know about this, but I don't know enough to talk about it, and I'm also not social enough in Moncton to know if they're talking about it. There is a group that meets at like a nearby cafe that I go to sometimes to get us breakfast. There's like the old man convention, because they serve coffee in every coffee shop around the world. There's always like this group, this Dungeons and Dragons adventuring party that got old together that always meet around and talk about the future, and sometimes I go in there early in the mornings and they're all talking about, usually it's Trump, and I can never tell if they're pro or against, because it's just Trump, that's all I hear, Trump, and like one time they were talking about Trudeau and talking about the scandal. So basically, if anyone doesn't know what it is, maybe it's a bigger story than I realized, and everyone's like, yeah, we know about that.
I don't know about it. We're talking about
Really? You don't know about it?
That's why I ended it kind of on a question. To many of us in England, the whole affair seems fascinating.
We're very insulated here because, it's just my life is my work, and we also have the kids, and we're just kind of keep to ourselves. We're in this like full on turtle mode. We don't really go out much, and even if we wanted to, which we probably would, we're kind of both introverts, but we do like to go out every so often. We can't because of the kids, like it's just and in winter like the snow is so bad here that you just can't, even if you wanted to, like
TMZ or CP24 Bridge Builder. Those are my two main sources, and or Twitter. But then I go to CP24 to see what Twitter was saying. What they were talking about.
But yeah,
I'm informed.
Anyway, there was gonna be some repercussions for some alleged crime that Lavaland did, and I think there are a Montreal-based building company. And Trudeau basically went to the I can't remember if it was an MP or what that was basically leading the investigation into Lavaland, and allegedly put a lot of pressure on them to drop this investigation and for them to let it go because Lavaland is too important to the economy. And is this a good thing? Was he out of line? Is it all? Did the ends justify the means? Is he right? Blah 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 blah. So yeah, it's something that I don't really know much about. In terms of politics, sorry to disappoint anyone, I am left-leaning. Like, I am more on the lefty side than the righty side. I don't like to talk about politics all that much because I don't have that many informed opinions. But in general, I like... There are things that are just really important issues to me that I feel like the left support more than the right, and it's sort of like I would probably agree with more the right side on economic policy, but when it comes to personal freedoms, I believe the left is more in line with what I do, and I think personal freedoms are more important than economic policy, so I go with them usually. But I don't really want to talk about that. But like, yeah, it's like the whole like one issue kind of voting sort of thing. It's kind of where I am with that. But yeah, sorry to disappoint anyone, but I try not to talk about it because I just don't think anyone gives a shit, and why would you ever listen to Video Game Man, about politics? Like, what the fuck? So yeah, that's where I am. But yeah, I don't really take a vested interest in this stuff, so I don't know if it was just I probably isn't, and then there's this whole like something came up that he did like back in 2001 that he painted his face brown and did some racist impersonation of something. He did brown.
I saw something about that.
He did brown face, but
I didn't know the context.
And it's I don't know, man, like that's kind of weird. He's supposed to be like the woke prime minister, right? Why is it sometimes the wokest always have like...
Well, he's only woke because of his dad,
the wokest like, secrets, you know what I mean? Like
there's big hype for him. That's,
Seems that way to me. There's like a little bit of a correlation there. I don't know. But again, talking out of ignorance, I shouldn't say it. I can't really say anything about it. Sorry, I don't know enough, and I don't want to speak out of ignorance. I've already spoken too much out of ignorance, to be honest. I just know Trudeau was the best villain in Persona 5, and I like saying his name because it's funny to me. Increase movement speed and dodge chance at the cost of losing the ability to evade. Fuck no. Fuck no. Fuck no. Oh, should we pick it up and then throw it away so we have it in the codex? Cool. We can use it. All right. Nice. All right. What is the next question?
Do you prefer real-time with pause or turn-based combat in your isometric role-playing games?
So when you talk about isometric role-playing games, do you mean Pillars of Eternity, Baldur's Gate, Planescape Torment? Was Planescape Torment isometric? Yeah, it was. Or do you mean like even like Bastion? Like, is Bastion counts as an RPG? Here's the problem. RPG is kind of like a dead term now. Like, all games are RPGs and all games are not RPGs. So that's why I have to clarify. I would say that in general, I am always going to prefer real-time combat over turn-based. But if this gameplay is going to be very, very focused on stats, and and like more tactical decisions and everything. Like if you have a really hardcore stat based, maybe even gear based system, then I think I would prefer it if you just went turn based, so I can focus on those stats instead of having to play, you know, with this janky ass real time combat, you know, and get into these situations where I want to be able to do something, but I can't because my stats aren't there yet. Like just putting it out there, don't know why it's the first thing that came to head. Like maybe there's a wyvern in your game that takes 30 minutes to kill if you're 11 levels lower than it. I don't know why that came into my head, you know, like, but there we go. But that would be pretty awful, right? But so there's like that. So I think it all depends on what they're going for. So I think you are talking about Baldur's Gate type games and everything. So I think I would prefer to. Whoa, he just shot me when he wasn't even aiming at me. I would prefer paused and tactical to real time. However, if they're willing to put in the effort to make real time work, I would like vastly prefer real time over turn based every single time if they're willing to do it. So sorry, it's kind of a cop out answer. Like it depends, but really it always depends, right? So it always depends. And I'm sorry that I can't give you any longer answer than that. I can. Okay, I can talk about how, like, very briefly, that I think that games like Baldur's Gate and Pillars of Eternity don't even have combat that's worth your time unless you prefer that you somehow like that kind of thing from Dungeons and Dragons. Like, you like building the party part. Like, it's not even the gameplay you're enjoying at that point. It's the, like, I get to build and equip this party and they have different abilities and it adds, like, flavor to it. But for me, most of those games have combat that's just context. So I think context can be important, and those games would be lesser without those experiences, even though I don't really enjoy them. Like if you made Baldur's Gate 2 just purely just a visual novel where you're walking around and the story is based on, like, the battles are based on decisions instead of anything else, I don't think I would like that very much. Like I prefer the way it is. But like those games having a difficulty mode to me is just asinine. It's like, who cares? Like who wants to make this difficult? But I guess it adds to the context of it again. You know, it makes this brutal thing. I'm also surprised in Baldur's Gate 2 that like your characters can die permanently, you know? Like sometimes you can't resurrect them either, and then that character's just gone for the whole thing. I wonder how many people just save scum when they lose them. Anyway, that's the answer I can give you.
Good luck with the Witcher project. Don't be afraid to split the video releases up if it all gets too much, in my opinion, obviously.
Thanks. I think that is what's going to happen just to make the upload thing, but I'm hoping I can find a way. I think I'm going to email YouTube and see if they'll give me special permission, but I doubt it. Last time I emailed YouTube, they gave me a stock answer response that was filled with information that I already said in the email that I sent them. It was about the God of War revenue for when it was under copyright claim. Like, hey, when is that coming? Is it ever coming? And they were like, yeah, sometimes it takes a while. I'm like, yeah, I know that. I said that. It was just like a bot responded to me. So my guess is I'm going to email them, and they're just gonna email me back the file limit response. That's it. That's all it's going to be. Let's go with the next Patreon question.
Azazel says, "Hey Joe, thanks for giving a really in-depth answer to my question in last month's Q&A. It means a lot. Anyways, my questions are as follows. What was your most enjoyable part of writing? What was also the most annoying part of it?"
All of it. Writing sucks. Like, it really does. And someone is going to say, well, that's why your books are so bad. But, like, but no, writing sucks. Like, it's awful. I think most writers will even agree with that. Like, like, writing is really sucks. Like, it's when you're a visual artist, and like, you can kind of, especially when you get better at it, you can see it as it's coming together, you know, you can get a feel for it, and you also get regular things that you can, like, learn from and improve on. Whereas each book that you write is a fucking ordeal. Like, it takes a long time to write a full book. You know, in the same time that you're writing a full book, like, you know, the artist has drawn 500 pictures, has their own series on Netflix, a documentary about their work. You know, is several art galleries. I'm exaggerating, of course. Like, visual art is very difficult on its own, and it's magic and sorcery to me. I don't mean to belittle it, but at the same time, it's like holy crap. So the writing itself is like when you're doing your first draft, and planning is probably my favorite part. Planning is, wow, that really didn't look like it hit me. I think it was a dog. That noise. Planning is enjoyable because you can change things up quite quickly.
Well, there's all the anticipation and hype for it too, right? Like, you're excited, you're starting a new project. And
there's an excitement about when you finally start writing for real, and you can like see all those ideas come to fruition. But a lot of writers don't even do planning, so it's going to depend on the different kind of writer that they are. Excuse me. So it's hard to explain, and it's hard to put into words. Good thing I'm a writer. Writing is like a period of self-imposed madness. That's what I usually say when we get a writing question like this. It's like you are putting yourself into this place where you are holding so many things in your head. It's like doing a really protracted, difficult math problem over a period of several sessions that you hope you remember everything when you get back to it. And sometimes it's like you're writing angrily because you just want to get through this part, and you don't even know if it's going to be any good or not. And you're like, all right, and you can feel very insecure, and you can feel very out of depth, and like something close to imposter syndrome when you're writing it, and you're like, this is shit, no one's gonna write like this, no one's gonna like this. And then you read it back, and sometimes it is shit, but then other times it's actually pretty good, and it's some of your best stuff that you've ever written when you are finally, you know, days have passed and you didn't want to look at it, and you finally go and you're like, oh, actually it turns out that I did this really well. And other times it comes out effortlessly, with what Charles Bukowski used to say, a hot beer shit. That's how writing should be. I think I've said that on the stream before. He said that writing should be effortless. It should come out of you. It should come bursting out of you. It should be like taking a hot beer shit. You know, you shouldn't have to stress or force it at all. It should just come out. And if it's not ready to come out, then don't force it. And it's like, okay, well, that's fantastic, but you know, sometimes you have deadlines, and sometimes you have to do things, and sometimes, you know, you're being impatient, and yeah, I don't know. I don't even think he lived fully by those words, considering that he also had to write for a living, and they needed a certain word count. I think he bitches about that in one of his poems as well. Rip Charles Bukowski. Editing is probably my least favorite part, but it can be enjoyable. It depends. It can just go on for a long time, and there's a lot of reading and rereading, and it's not mostly about the process. It's more about that you're anxious for it to be done, and you can move on to the next project, and you want people to read what you've done. So it's sort of like that. So I think that's probably the least favorite part for me. But I do enjoy the refinement part of that. And I'm not sure if it's the same for nonfiction writing, for the script writing. It probably is. I don't know. But yeah, I would say the planning is the most fun, and the writing itself can be, but it's also kind of stressful, or not kind of, it is stressful. It's like going crazy a bit for a time, and then you're done, and you get to spend as much time as you did planning and writing as on editing, and reading it all back, in our case aloud, multiple times, to make sure that you're finding all the mistakes. And sometimes mistakes still slip through, and let me tell you, after editing, I don't know, probably easily 2 million words by now, right? Over all the books and all, no, maybe even 3 million, out of all of the books and all the scripts that we've edited together. I see so many mistakes in published works, in published books, so many, all over the place. Sometimes in classic literature as well, which is bad, because sometimes the publicist, or they're doing a re-release, they change the words, man. They change it. Could you imagine like resurrecting these like famous literary giants and saying, hey, they released your book and they changed some of the words. Like, oh man, what the fuck. Anyway, so that's sort of it. The books that have had the most mistakes in them have been the Witcher books. That's probably down to the translation. There were a ton of mistakes in the Witcher books. A ton of mistakes. I'm pretty sure at one point it says Regis is talking when it's actually Geralt. Like they got the names mixed up. Just, oh man, so many mistakes in the Witcher books. But again, I think that's down to the translation, so I don't hold it against Sapkowski. I really love writing, and as much as I say it's frustrating and it can be exhausting, I really, really enjoy it. And there's something, I think, out of, whoa, what's going on with the character right now? Is it an ability or is he glitching out? Oh, he has a special ability that I don't understand. I think it's up there with like just being a solo artist, like visual artist, to and to some extent, although no, not to some extent, the same thing. Like just a person making a game by themselves, like it's just pure expression. It's just all you, like you can't really make a movie just with you, like unless you're somehow putting the camera up and acting all the roles, and it's just a one-man role, and people accept, like you can't do that with movies. You can't really do that with music unless you're using machines that can synthesize all the sounds. So I think it's just like it's like pure solo expression, and there's something really nice about that, and really pure about writing.
I think I prefer the writing part.
To the planning?
Yeah.
You don't really plan as much. You do plan.
Well, the problem is that I plan and I get things in my head that it has to be a certain way, and then I realize that maybe there's a better way, or it doesn't make sense, and I get frustrated because to me I've always thought about it in this way, and now it's like you have to get your head around a new concept, or would that character really do that? Is that really necessary? No, it should be like that, and so I don't love planning. I like the anticipation of a new project, but again, I don't write by deadlines and stuff that much. I tend to write when I feel like this bursting urge to write. So I tend to enjoy it more.
You take hot beer shits.
Yeah, and I take a lot of breaks. I'll go like crazy at it for a couple weeks, and then I won't touch it for a month. And then I'll go at it like crazy again, and then I'll read it back and go, oh, I'm actually quite pleased with this. And then I'll go at it again, or I'll read it back and go, wow, this was shit. Delete, try again.
Whereas I force myself to be able to just write. Yeah. I've ripped open my literary asshole, right?
But I think that's what it is. I'm
really stretching out this analogy.
You really are. But yeah, I think the editing is the absolute worst, though. I hate the editing.
You hate the editing, really?
I hate the editing so much. Because when I write, every time I write a scene, I go back and reread this couple scenes I wrote last so that I can kind of get my mind into the right mindset to write these characters, right? So I'm constantly reading it back over and over. And after I take like a month off, I go back from the beginning and I read the whole thing again and I fix whatever I want to fix. So by the time we edit it, I've already been through the whole thing multiple times, and I've polished it as much as I feel like I can polish it. And then we sit down and read it, and it's like, well, this needs to be fixed, this doesn't make sense, this needs to be changed, and then it's like pulling teeth to go back to it again and have to change it. And I'm always happier with it when it's done, but it's really daunting then to look at this novel and be like, wow, that's 90,000 words that you thought was pretty fucking good, and now it's like, nope, you have to spend the next month going through it, like line by line, fixing this and fixing that, and rewriting this and adding a scene, and this needs to come out and that needs to go. I hate it. It's so intimidating to me to get to that point. Maybe that's why it takes so long, because the editing is looming at the end, right? So yeah. I don't really want to get there in a way. I prefer the writing.
But at the same time, once you get very close to the end, you usually have that sudden burst.
There is a burst, yeah.
You're like, yeah, I'm so close to being done. Let's do it, yeah.
But yeah, the editing is the worst. I hate that. I find it interesting that we have different likes and dislikes with it.
What is a hot beer shit? Someone asked in chat. A hot beer shit is Charles Bukowski is a quite famous poet who's dead now. So he wasn't that good then if he's dead, and he wasn't pretty much an alcoholic. He like saying he was pretty much an alcoholic is like saying that I pretty much like Dark Souls. So like yeah, he was pretty much an alcoholic, and he apparently, when he would drink a lot, he would have no trouble going to the bathroom afterwards, and he would take a hot beer shit. He would just unload, and it would be effortless and great, and that's what he thought writing should be.
Beer is like coffee. It just makes you go.
Maybe, yeah. Was that the last question from
No.
Azazel? Okay, it's the next person. Azazel is the one whose name ended up being in the thumbnail of the last Q&A.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So really, I don't even need to answer him anymore. He's had his fill.
Have you pondered things like an infinite cosmos in your thoughts, or any other H.P. Lovecraft-esque ideas? I still haven't read that book that I got.
Really?
On Lovecraft.
Yeah, I've thought about that, but not so much lately. My new pet thing is the whole like because I mentioned it. I mentioned it a couple times on stream. I also mentioned it a couple times in Discord. I think once or twice on stream. Is like if we were living in a simulation, like how would you be able to know? And it just makes perfect sense to me that if computers keep getting better and better and better, eventually you would be able to make a real one-to-one simulation of the world, and that has a lot of practical applications. And it just seems like, why wouldn't we do that? And what are the chances of us being in the real reality? And if you accept that it's possible, like, which is not a given, like it's definitely not a given that it's possible, but if you accept that it's possible, then it is pretty much statistically impossible that you are in the real world, and instead you are in one of the billions, maybe even trillions of simulations that our species is running in order to do things. So an example of this, of applications of this, would be to look for markers throughout history. So it would be, okay, they might even set one up themselves. So it's like, okay, when did the Titanic sink as a big moment in history? When did humans first colonize Mars? Did 9/11 happen because of September? You know, like those sort of things. So let's say they look for like 50 markers of something like that, and then they would run simulations where they simulate the creation of the universe, and they would go through the creation of Earth and everything that happened on Earth, and they would run it to a certain date, say the year 5000, or let's make it recent, to 2020. They'd run it to 2020, and at the end of that simulation, they would look for those markers. Did this happen, or did more of them happen? And it's like, okay, well, not all of them happened, but 5 of them did, and they would take the best ones, and then they would run that through kind of like machine learning, and they would just make tweaks on that same one until finally they get all of the markers, and then they would look for even different markers. And the idea there is that you run the simulation so many times that eventually you have a simulated perfect replica of our history that has no bias, no issues whatsoever with when it comes to false reports, and you can actually see what really happened in every single star of the world, because everything that's happened in the world affects anything else, with the cliche butterfly effect thing. Like even the smallest little difference is going to be picked up with the chain of events that happens in the future. So that's the infinite cosmos kind of scale idea that I've been kicking around in my head lately, and it's like, okay, well, what the fuck would like, is that something that can really happen? Because if it is something that can really happen, and they can simulate consciousness in the exact same way, then it seems unlikely that we're in the real world and we're instead in the boom, butterfly effect, and instead we're in one of the simulations. But again, you have to accept that it is possible, and again, that you would actually have a consciousness that is capable of making decisions, and it might not be, you know. It also completely nullifies free will, and instead everyone is an algorithm, which I speak a little about in the Witcher video, actually. So yeah, I know that's an out there idea, and I'm not saying I 100% believe in it, because I don't. Why am I stuck? That was weird. But it's fun to think about, and also like really fucking scary, you know, like really, really fucking scary. It's also linked to the Black Mirror idea that Black Mirror is a TV show that's now on Netflix. It used to be it was a UK program before, and it's like, you know, like there are really, really powerful applications for a simulation to torture someone who did a really, really bad crime, and they do it in Black Mirror, but like I feel like they could have gone a lot further with it than they actually did. You know, like if you can run someone's consciousness through a simulation, you could lull them into a sense of false security, and you know, and then just hit them with just nonstop relentless tragedy and over a period of eons just to fucking punish them for some heinous crime that they don't even know that they did because they've been like their consciousness has been wiped before they went in there, and that's unethical as fuck. But like we would do that, we would totally do that for sure. We would do that, like I might even support that if someone did something bad enough to me. Like if someone cut in front of me in front of the line in a Tim Hortons airport, just saying that, like maybe it happened, maybe it
just
didn't,
for a coffee?
maybe it didn't, like yeah,
Not
just,
even for a meal.
just for a coffee, maybe some old mean lady cut in front of us in line,
lulled me into a
yeah,
false
like
sense of
whoa,
security
like it's hypothetical, you know what I mean? Like yeah. Who knows? But yeah, that's the one I think about. I used to think about this a lot when I was a kid, because I couldn't sleep. So I would have a lot of thoughts about how like different dimensions and stuff from some book I read when I was a kid. Talked about the 2D plane world and the 3D world, and it was like I think it has a name, but I can't remember what the name is called. It's the idea of a flat world that. If you take a 2D stick person, and he lives in his 2D life, and if you cut him out of the 2D paper and moved him like an inch to the up or down, then he wouldn't see his world anymore, and no one in his world would see him either. And it's like that different kind of dimensions, and that got me thinking about different dimensions that Flatland. There we go. Different type of dimensions that could exist with different versions of our planet. But then I came to the conclusion that it's impossible, because if there is infinite dimensions where anything that could happen does happen, then there would be a dimension where they make a machine that can take them to other dimensions. And if that's possible, like they can break through the dimensions. If that's possible, they would have broken through to every dimension by now, because time is infinite, and they would have had infinite amount of time to do it, and there would be almost an infinite amount of dimensions that do make the machine. So that therefore it's impossible for other dimensions to exist, because that hasn't happened. Or it's impossible for dimensions to breach, and if that's the case, then who gives the fuck about it, because we're never ever going to be able to interact with them. But then it got and that was me settled for years, and I was really happy being a pompous little shit that I had solved other dimensions, like at 9 years old, I'm like, yeah, I've done this, there's no fucking way. And then I was like, yeah, but what if there's like infinite sets of dimensions where some are untouched because they weren't part of the group that was colonized by other dimensions? Or maybe it just hasn't happened yet, because if there's infinite dimensions, then there's going to be infinite ones that aren't affected by the other infinite ones, and now there's going to be pockets of infinite dimensions and infinite realities. And then it's like, oh well, wouldn't one dimension make a machine that destroys all the other dimensions? And that would have happened. It just kept looping around like that until I would finally fucking fall asleep. So yeah, that was me as a kid. But that's the only kind of like infinite cosmos thing that I've thought about, apart from like the usual just like, are there aliens thing, which is almost a certainty. I'd be surprised if there wasn't, to put it mildly. I hope we never see them though. It scares the shit out of me. It scares the shit out of me, just aliens just showing up one day and just killing us all like cattle, just like they don't even give a fuck, like just done. Yeah, never let Joe get into drugs.
No, I ate dirt as a kid. What the fuck, Joe?
Oh man, it's so hot in here.
Yeah, it really is. And I usually am cold and don't mind it when it's hot, but it's really hot in here. Start thinking about the Nelly song.
Yeah, you know what Nelly says about that, right?
I know.
What's that? Do I have ADHD? I don't think so. I don't think I have ADHD. I just have narcolepsy, and okay, I've never taken drugs. Never, ever, ever. But what people have described taking drugs to be sounds very close to a lot of dream sequences that I've had, and also how I feel sometimes when I can't sleep for a long time, and these kind of weird trances that I go into when I can't sleep, but I'm also not really conscious either, and also like how I feel sometimes when I first wake up. Like I've had hallucinations and the like from a lack of sleep. So maybe I've had some kind of something close to a drug experience. I don't know, but I've never taken drugs. I've never even smoked pot. Never even taken marijuana, and it's legal here, so I have no reason to lie about that. I've never smoked a cigarette. I went through a period where I would drink vodka when I was a teenager, but like that's it, and I stopped, and I don't drink anymore, apart from very rare like occasions like at New Year's and stuff. I don't drink. My dad was an alcoholic. probably still is too, but I don't talk to him. So like I don't do that.
We can have a drink on New Year's this year.
We can have a drink on New Year's this year, but that's about it. Like I would like to find a beer that I could drink just so I can like not be that prick in social situations. I don't drink. Like just something, you know, like not to get drunk ever, just to have something like that. But yeah, I don't drink. Your mind is going ham is why I asked. I don't know, like that's kind of how I am sometimes.
When you get on a tangent, kind of, when you get wound up, then yeah.
Maybe there's something wrong with me.
You just kind of get, I don't know if excited is the word. Like,
just get
again,
water.
it's that saying we always say, wind Joe up and watch him go. You know, like that's.
Did they say that?
No, that's what you and I have said before.
Okay.
Like, I don't know if they said
No,
it.
I thought they've said that.
I don't know if they've said it. I know we've said it, but.
Finn's kind of the same way, isn't he? When he goes on his really long story, he kind of sounds like everyone knows this that internet meme where he's like, "Did you ever have a dream that you could you know when he gets like that where he goes on this big long thing explanation about like something in Yoshi's Crafted World." Daddy in Yoshi game with the and he go jump in the with the bouncy bird and with the tin can and with Bowser and then I can't beat Kamek. Like, and the last bit is crystal clear and everything in between that is just like a ramble that's adorable. So maybe we can maybe we can get him to do that on stream one time. I would like that. Increase dodge chance to. Well, we don't have to. Oh man. Okay, let's do some Patreon stuff. If anyone's asked a question in chat, sorry, let's do some chat stuff. If anyone's asked a question in chat, now would be the time. But you might want to wait just a minute because I'm gonna say thank you to Nate O'Dub or Natty O'Dub for the new sub. Welcome to the sub, Dub. Welcome to what are we? Oh, you can do it.
What?
The secret.
Oh.
Welcome to the secret. It was your idea.
I know it, and I forgot.
The society, the secret.
Is it with a W?
Yeah, the secret Weeb Society. Yeah. Oh my god.
Because that's inconspicuous. With a W. I couldn't think if you wanted Weeb or Waifu. I kept thinking Waifu Warehouse.
The Waifu Warehouse. Oh, this is the Waifu Sweat House right now. Seriously.
I say things and then he expects me to remember them. Like, come on.
This day
I say a lot of things.
stale,
Say, okay, go ahead.
thickened
What?
by the stink of rank fur, matted with sweat and blood.
Welcome to the secret Weeb Society. You've been living such a dark life in your weebness, but we shine a light on you. We see you.
Wow, Lily going the extra mile. That's kind of threatening. We see you. Nate O'Dub or Natty O'Dub also has been asking in chat apparently quite a bit. Sorry, it's gone now, but it was basically like, am I gonna make a video on the Subnautica DLC? Almost certainly yes, but I don't know when. I'm gonna take a break after the Witcher video is done from making videos, and we're just gonna stream for a bit. And the only other video that I'm going to absolutely 100% promise after that is going to be the Sekiro video, because that Sekiro video, like the script is written, it's recorded, you know, like it was really close to done before. Like I hit a wall with all the Witcher stuff, and I just cannot do anything else apart from the Witcher stuff. There's a bunch of projects that are like that actually, but I don't know what the future is going to hold for the channel, and you know, like there's a bunch of things that are close to done, but that's still like a couple 100 hours of work to get all those done. And I don't know how the channel is going to look after The Witcher's done and after what YouTube did today. Like, I don't even know what the future of YouTube is. So, but we'll see. But yeah, I would love to do a video on the Subnautica DLC. I haven't played it. I'm waiting for it to come out of early access. I would love to do that video, if only just so I could argue with all the people that think I didn't understand the story in the base game, because they're wrong and they need to know. Like, yeah, so I definitely going to do that, and I hope they fix the performance issues, and I hope that it's just as good as the first one. It's not going to be, though. They're not going to be able to catch the magic. It'll probably be a decent time, but there's no way it's going to be as good as the first one. I love that game. That game's great. you to reverse that decision. Yeah, but it might be, you know, like the decision itself was kind of troubling, but it was mostly troubling because of the implications that come from it. So who knows what they're going to try and do next. It seems like they're making a lot of really strange decisions that really don't make sense unless they are gearing up for a complete shift on the platform. So that's the concern I have, that the channel might be itself rendered obsolete. And I'm worried about it for other reasons that I went to earlier. Like, we're constantly paranoid. Thank you to Cy Tutor for the 9-month resub. Sorry it took us a while to get to these subs, by the way. Hopefully you guys are still here. Thank you, Cy Tutor. Thank you, Sick Tricks Bro, for the 12-month resub. So happy to catch a live Q&A with Lily. It has been too long. Lily.
Aw, thank you, Sick Tricks Bro.
Welcome to the 1 year club.
It's good to see you too. I remember you from before.
Hope you're still here. Thank you, Sick Tricks Bro. Thank you to King of Dunces. Also another good name to see. For 11-month resub with a message, it's been 38 years. Welcome back, Joe. Looking forward to those Yakuza and Ace Attorney streams. It's been a while. I'm happy to hear the family is doing well. I'm guessing that there's probably like a different audience that might be here for these streams than for the midday ones. So those streams are still going to happen. There's a bunch of streams that we're going to do. The David Cage games, Yakuza, Vampire the Masquerade, Bloodlines with Dante from Devil May Cry and Knuckles, and Ace Attorney, and I think there's one other one too, and we're going to be doing them after Witcher is done. We're going to do some really long streams. Streams is going to come back to probably at least 5 days a week, 5 hours a stream at least, and we're going to do that. I don't think there's going to be more than 5 days because I like having the 2 days off, and I'm hoping to see the kids again after the Witcher's done too, but it might go more than 5 hours depending on how that goes, and we'll do a bunch of those streams. There's a lot of games that we should play.
Yeah, I remember you. I see your lilies. Thank you.
Aw.
Lots of lily love.
And thank you, Alphalox, for 100 bits. Are you saying in another dimension everything is exactly the same, but Joseph Anderson thinks Mario Odyssey is a masterpiece, Kappa? Maybe that Joseph Anderson also says Mario incorrectly. Who knows? Because I say it correctly, right? Mm-hmm. Machiavelli.
The camp lay in ruin.
Okay, are there any questions in chat that have been asked quite a bit?
Had fallen on deaf ears.
Do you worry about making such long videos like the Witcher video because it's sort of putting a lot of eggs in one basket and may not be worth the time you put into it? Traditionally, or in the past, the long videos have always been worth it, and it doesn't seem like that big of a risk to me. It could be, you might be right. It also might end up being 4 videos instead of 1, and that's more acceptable in terms of risk reward. But also, like, that's what Patreon's for. Like, it seems to me that most patrons like want this long content, and they specifically want The Witcher. There seems to be quite a lot of hype and interest in this video, and most of the patrons have stuck around. Like, Patreon has gone down, and honestly I'm surprised it hasn't gone down even further. Wow, this guy's kind of tough. Must be a mon. And I think it'll be okay, but I might be wrong.
No one can always be there in time. A sad truth that no hero learns easily.
Oh man, it's so hot in here. Sorry to keep going on about it, but holy crap. I would like Witcher to be 1 video, but it's good either way. I would also like Witcher to be 1 video, but it might not be possible. Because I also really want the Witcher video to be in 1440p. And I don't want it to be in 1080p. If it's so close that maybe I can manage it. Like, if at 1080p the video is 154 gigabytes, you know, because that's the limit is 155 on YouTube, then maybe I would consider it. But I'm definitely not gonna split into 2 videos and have it be 1080p. So maybe it'd be better to have 3 or 4 videos and they're all in 1440p. But yeah, we'll see. The original idea was to be 4K, but I don't think gaming is ready for 4K. Just the frame rates are not there. Even at 1440p with everything maxed, including the hair FX stuff, The Witcher 3 chugged now and then. It couldn't maintain the frame rate. Just every so often there'd be a stutter. It looked really nice though. Have you tried Divinity Original Sin 2? No, I have not. That gets asked a lot though, so we'll probably stream it one day and see. Just 1 second, the door's open. I need to shut up. Do you have any idea how games can take advantage of the medium? You talk about how games aren't fulfilling the potential. That's a really tough question. They have to, in general, they have to find a way to marry gameplay with the story experience, I think. Or it doesn't necessarily have to be, you know, like a narrative, but it has to be some sort of worthwhile experience that's in that area that is made better with the gameplay, that isn't just, you know, the game is fun. You know what I mean? And the usual way that's done is to have some sort of emotional connection or with the story, but it doesn't necessarily have to be that. It's just the easiest one to state the idea. I know you said you're not too keen on telling your game ideas in case you actually end up making them, but do you have any smaller ideas you're not too invested in you wouldn't mind sharing? I've talked about some of them on stream before. I would really like to take a stab at a Factorio type of game. And a Stardew Valley type of game. I'm interested in making games that are, like, at first, that are top-down Zelda-like experiences with a twist. And then bigger games would be way out of reach for a very long time. There's also, after I was done playing Danganronpa, Lily and I actually planned out a visual novel that's very much like Danganronpa with murder mysteries and stuff, and I'd be interested in making that a reality at some point. I think that would be fun. Lily primarily writes murder mysteries, so we were able to bounce ideas off of it. It would be a sci-fi game that would be like Danganronpa.
Can you take a break for a minute?
Sure, what's up?
Can you give this boy a hug?
Oh.
Yes.
Hi, Finn.
I can't sleep.
You can't sleep? Oh, why not? Why can't you sleep?
Because it's in my eye.
The sleep can't get in your eyes?
No.
No? Okay. I'm sorry.
It's a game.
Kind of. Can you say hello to the game? Say hello.
Hello.
Hello. It's okay. You don't need to be shy. It's okay. You alright?
No eyesight.
You're shy? Okay, tell me about Yoshi game. Do you like Yoshi game?
No, and I asked me in photo game too.
You like Paw Patrol game too?
No.
You seem really tired to me, kid. Why don't you go down and try to sleep?
No.
No? Oh, you're really awake now. Okay. Okay. Can you say, aw, wah, wah?
Oh, what?
Who's the best on Paw Patrol?
Both of them.
Both of them?
No.
Who's the best pup on Paw Patrol?
Marshall.
Marshall's the best? Okay. Who else is in Paw Patrol?
Chase and Rubble.
Chase and Rebel. Who else?
Rocky and Suma.
Rocky and Zuma. Who else?
Tracker and Nades.
Tracker and Everest.
You missed one.
And that's it. There's no one else, right?
Yes.
Who else?
And a pop.
Another pups? Who's the other pup?
I think Sky.
Sky. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Okay, so the stream might be over, everybody, because he might be very upset when we put him back to bed. But we'll try. We're not even a quarter of the way through the questions, so we're going to have to do this again tomorrow night. No matter what, we're not getting all of them done tonight. But the stream might be over, but we'll see. We might be able to go on for another little bit. Yeah, we're being careful. He's sleepy right now, and he hasn't said that in a long time. So, like, it's fine.
He just wanted a hug, that's all.
He just wanted a hug. Yeah, we're being careful. And it wouldn't be, like, the complete end of the world either, but it's all right. You okay? Is Leo asleep? What do you think about baby Kate?
Baby Kate is asleep.
Baby Kate is asleep? What do you think about her?
Do you like her?
Do you like baby Kate? Yeah? Why do you like her?
Because Baby Kate's so cute.
Baby Kate's so cute, yeah. Thank you, Goldbrow1, for the new sub with Prime. Welcome to Prime Time, the Goldbrow1. Thank you very much. What shirt are you wearing? Are these Mario pajamas? Who's this?
Bowser.
Bowser. Who's this?
I know. I forgot Mango.
Yeah, and who's this?
Oopsie.
Yoshi. And what's this?
A coin.
It's a coin, yeah. Who's your favorite?
I think a doll. I think Oopsie.
Yoshi's your favorite?
Yeah, and Bowser my favorite too.
Bowser and Yoshi are your favorites? Wow. What about Kamek?
Hmm.
Do you like Kamek?
Yeah.
Is Kamek hard?
Come on, all hard.
Yeah.
I can't beat Comet.
You can't beat Kamek. What happens when a level's too hard?
Try easy one.
You try easy level. Some levels are easy and some levels are hard, right?
Yeah.
So what do you do when a level's too hard?
Go easy one.
Okay, go with an easy level. All right. All right. All right, kid. You have to go back to bed now,
No,
okay? Yes,
no,
you do. Yes,
no,
yes,
no,
you do. Yeah,
no,
you do, buddy.
no,
I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry, you do.
No.
Yeah,
no,
it's bedtime.
No.
I'm sorry.
No.
Are we gonna play more Stardew tomorrow?
No.
You gonna play some house games tomorrow?
Guess what happened tonight, Daddy?
What happened?
We finished fall.
Oh,
Tomorrow
it's
we
winter?
start winter.
It's winter?
No.
Yeah? Okay. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Daddy's going to mute the microphone, and we're going to go to bed, okay?
No.
Yeah?
No. No.
Okay,
try,
so
okay?
stream might be over, chat. No matter what, I'll come back and say that. You might hear some crying in the background, but yeah, sorry, but this is how it is. So we'll be back in just a minute, no matter what. All right, we're back in the sauna. He's okay, so I feel like we can continue at least for one more question. Next up is Micah, who has quite a long question. Sometimes long questions don't need long answers, so maybe it'll be all right. But we'll continue at least for a little bit longer. Unfortunately, Kate hasn't woken up at any point. And that might sound like a good thing because, hey, you know, Kate didn't interrupt the stream, but it also means that Kate is going to wake up at some point tonight and she's not going to get back to sleep for a while.
Sucks to be me. But you never know. Sometimes she does sleep for a lengthy time, but
Yeah,
I still think it's a little too good to be true that she'll go till morning. But
if she's being a girly, maybe you think?
maybe. She's going through a growth spurt. She's pretty out. I checked on her a couple times now, and she doesn't even... I had to go really close and looked at her chest to see if she was breathing. Because like, she's sleeping so soundly that it's hard to tell.
Babies are so good at pretending to be dead. Chat, if you've never had a baby, you don't know, man.
You don't want to touch them in any way because then you'll wake them up. So
babies are experts at pretending to be dead.
Summoners in a circle. Surely nothing would come from it.
Huh, okay. So this game, just to take a quick break from the Q&A for just a second, this game is interesting so far, but I feel like I've been playing it wrong. I haven't really been paying attention to it. I've been skipping a bunch of the tutorials, so sorry to Aaron Hansen it up so much, but the Q&A is the focus, so please don't take any of these comments as really, really indicative of the quality of the game or anything. It's just how I've been playing it tonight. I feel like maybe I've been playing it wrong, and I'm supposed to be using my abilities a lot more, kind of like Dead Cells instead of like Gungeon. Gungeon, you use your abilities kind of in as get out of bad situation cards, and you just use your basic shit and ammo. Whereas in this game, it feels like you're supposed to be using a lot of your items all the time, and I'm not really doing that. I'm just using basic attacks and anything. So I feel like I've been playing it wrong, and it's okay. It has decent game feel and everything. It feels all right to play and everything. But yeah, it's not quite what I expected. Also, the pixel art feels like the pixel art version of Final Fantasy VIII with the really, really low rendered character models on these beautiful pre-rendered backgrounds. You know, the backgrounds look really high detailed, and then you have blocky, not even NES man running around, and that's kind of weird. Even some of the enemies look better than our character, huh? But it's pretty good. It's definitely not a waste of time. I'd like to play more. Anyway, are there any questions in chat real quick that we've missed? And we'll see if we can answer any of them, and then we'll go to the next Patreon person, and then we might be done after that. We'll see. Maybe if the next person's shorter, we'll go with one more. I mean, Gungeon felt like that too. I feel like Gungeon had more of the core moveset and systems are better than this, but it's still early. We have 2, so we can't buy anything except for that.
if you could be promised a future video would get 100 million views, what would you make it about?
Oh man, I don't know. First of all, I would try to make it the best video I possibly could. So it's like, hey, a lot of people saw some of my best work. I don't think there's any... I don't know. I think if you're guaranteeing me that, sorry to just take the question in a completely different way. I'd have to think of what's the most good I can do with 100 million views, you know? I'm assuming that the engagement would be fairly high up too. So what's the best thing I could do? But if it's about a game, I have no idea. Huh. Will it be a reply video? It would okay, here's a Mimi answer that's actually pretty good, because I can't think of a good one. It would open up with, this video won't make sense unless you watch every other video on my channel. There you go.
Future that now
It's like the wish where you wish for more wishes.
Yeah.
coldly focused inferno of hatred and malice.
I was curious, have you seen the Persona 5 Royal trailers featuring Akachi? It looks very promising. Might address certain holes some might say existed in the past.
I'm trying to avoid the trailers. I watched a couple of them, and now I'm like,
If one raging beast was not enough,
sorry, the boss is here, and now I'm trying to avoid a little bit. I'm excited, so I don't really feel like I need to see anymore. Like I'm gonna play it for sure, so I'd rather not ruin any of the surprises. That I already knew that like that character is getting at least some more attention, so don't feel like you spoiled anything there. Okay, I was about to say, how is this boss easier than the spider, but then I died. But I think I died because I got greedy. Yeah, it's kind of weird. The second boss seems easier than the first one. Okay. Am I interested in any esports scene? I don't think so. I was into the StarCraft 2 esports scene for a while, but none since then. I tried really hard to get into League of Legends. Really, really hard. Watched some of the matches and everything, and I just couldn't do it. When do you think you might have time to check out Outer Wilds? You mentioned being interested in trying it. After the Promise streams and The Witcher's done is when we'll do that. So the Promise streams being that list I said a little while ago. Like Yakuza 0 and Vampire the Masquerade. Ever heard of Atomic Heart? I have heard of that, and that looks pretty good. I'm interested in trying that too. That looks fun. Okay, let's go to the next one on Patreon, Lily.
Micah W. Continuing from last month's Shyamalan question, drop this Q&A and go watch The Sixth Sense right now. I can never say that. Right now. Can't believe you've never seen it. Shocked and appalled, hurt and betrayed.
Wow, I'm sorry, Micah. I'm sorry. I still haven't seen it though. Most of my TV time is when I'm pedaling on the exercise bike. I try to double up when I can do that, and I've been trying to take in more of a focus in getting in better shape. So I watched Stranger Things, and the last thing I watched was Overlord, which was okay. It wasn't that great. And I also watched a little bit of the show The 100, which starts out kind of bad and gets better, but it doesn't get as better as everyone says it does, and it's kind of and yeah, it's still decent, but I don't know if I would 100% recommend it or anything. No anime, no. Although I may watch a certain special anime before we play the Persona games again. Maybe. Overlord is the World War II horror movie. You all thought it was anime? Anyway, sorry, Lily, go ahead.
Anyway, questions. How do you feel about filler in entertainment? TV shows have the most of it, especially shows with no end in sight, but filler can find its way into even the shortest of films, those that don't have a strong enough concept to explore the main plot for just 90 minutes without having irrelevant scenes and subplots. Anime is particularly
Egregious.
Thank you. Here, with entire filler episodes.
Egregious.
That's a mouthful. Rather than single scenes. Do you think filler has its place in storytelling? Should every scene in a show, movie, or book be vital to progressing the overall narrative? Is it okay if it provides a little more characterization at the expense of plot advancement? I personally found the most enjoyable Danganronpa episodes to be the first few filler ones in the prequel arc. What about filler in games? Good or bad? Is padding the length of your game ever justified?
Wow, could you imagine enjoying the Danganronpa anime? God damn, Micah.
Shocked and appalled.
Shocked
Hurt
and appalled.
betrayed.
I'm questioning the quality of the Sixth Sense now. No, I enjoy parts of it too. It was really cool to see those characters like animated. Do you think that's why they call it anime? Because they're animated? Oh man.
I'm with you because you say such brilliant things like this.
Exactly.
You just drop them.
Okay, so I think this is a. Okay, is it a catch-22 situation? I don't think it is actually, but fuck. It's something like it's got to be. It's not No True Scotsman. Something like something like that. It's got a name and I can't think of it. I think by definition that if it's good, then it's not filler. Do you know what I mean? Like if it provides some great characterization and expands on those characters, then sort of by definition it's not filler and it's not bad and it's worthwhile, you know?
Kind of like that saying that wasted time isn't wasted if you enjoyed it.
Yeah. So I think it's kind of like, yeah, it has to be based on whether it does contribute anything worthwhile to the overall story or not. I don't understand this little mini game. I will say that not everything needs to contribute to the overall narrative, and sometimes you can get a lot of value out of just scenes that are just to make characters better. But like if we use the Danganronpa game example, so like your free time sets that you have with different characters, that is definitely not filler, because you are getting to enjoy these characters and learn more about them, and in some cases you might be spending more time with someone who then gets moited, and you will feel that loss more having known them. In fact, I would say that the Danganronpa games would benefit from having even more free time, and they should have made it optional, and you should have been able to hang out with like everyone at least once, you know? Like it would add a lot of time onto the game. It'd be better if it was all voice acted, but yeah, I would say that that's something that should happen. You can pick and choose if you don't want to, of course. It's not forced, but yeah, I would prefer more free time in that. So again, it kind of sounds like a cop-out, and I'm sorry, but it's like, to me, if it's good and it does have a positive impact, then it's not filler. I think gameplay in games have the biggest detriment from filler, because it can be so boring. And sometimes it is optional, but sometimes it's really hard to tell if it is optional or not. There are times where, okay, so like I said this on stream before about Witcher 3, and my head is just full of Witcher. If you haven't played Witcher 3, in Skellige, there are smuggler caches all throughout the ocean, and despite everyone thinking that Witcher 3 is just this God's gift to gamers, Witcher 3 has a lot in common with Ubisoft style games. It's just, instead of having towers that you go to unlock areas, you just go to notice boards, and notice boards put points of interest on the map. And in Skellige, it puts, I think, I have an exact number somewhere, but I can't recall off the top of my head. I think it's like 50 smuggler caches in the ocean, and these are nothing but just things that you go to and you jump off the boat, you dive down. If you have tooltips turned on, then you'll know to shoot the drowners with your crossbow. If you have tooltips turned off, like my dumbass did, then you'll just strategically swim around the drowners to get the treasure. Maybe you'll die and have to reload, in the boat a couple times before you learn on your fucking second playthrough that you can fucking shoot the crossbow underwater. But yeah, you do that, and it's like, okay, well, this is clearly optional content, but then is it? Like, they're points of interest. They're on the map. Some of the ones are around the world have more interesting things to them. It also has this problem of, okay, so it's pointing out all these places of interest on the map. So is this the only places where there are worthwhile things to do? Well, it turns out no. You have to read the map even more carefully, and there are lots of places on the map that have like quests in them even that don't show up as points of interest on the map and don't have any map markings at all, and you just have to just go there and explore, ignoring the points of interest. So what if there's like a ghost ship in one of those points of interest, or something really, really interesting? So like I think it's clearer than in most games that you shouldn't do all this stuff. Like, I still did more for the experimental side of the game, you know, like I looted every single one of those things, but more for, like I said, just like figuring out how the game works rather than my own personal enjoyment. So yeah, it's hard to do that, but like some games have filler combat, and again, I kind of feel like but like it's like they have lots of filler rooms where they just throw waves and waves of guys at you, and just a bunch of bullshit that, you know, it's like, okay, well, they're clearly padding for time here, but technically if you fought one enemy once, like is the second Goomba in Mario 1, you know, 1-1, is that filler content? I've seen this before, they're repeating content, it's being recycled, you know, like that's bullshit. Like, there's no way that you can expect the game to be like that. So like, where's the line between just exploring these game systems and having filler? And I would guess that I would try to look at it from a perspective of, are they using the same content in a different way? Are the Goombas arranged in a different pattern with a different obstacle nearby with a different set of jumps, and maybe there's more than one of them? Whereas in a game like Control, I felt like I was being sent the same wave of enemies in the same arrangement in the same looking room and doing the same battle over and over and over again with nothing really new. So that's where I would say Control has filler, but for the most part, a game like Mario doesn't, you know? But yeah, I think filler, as you describe it, with extra characterization that doesn't really always move the plot forward, is good. So like, to end on it, like, almost everyone here has probably watched Breaking Bad. Is the episode with the fly, when Jesse and Walter are stuck in the cooking basement, trying to get this fly that's been around the room, and they have a heart-to-heart, and a bunch of stuff comes out, like, you know, a couple secrets they've been keeping from each other, that sort of thing. Is that a filler episode? Because it doesn't really move the plot forward in any way. It's a chamber episode. Nothing really big happens. These characters like reveal a bit more about themselves, and they talk for like maybe a way that they haven't in a while. You know, like, is that a filler episode? Because I would say no. It's actually one of my favorite episodes. So no, I don't know. Someone in chat is saying yes because it exists because they ran out of MIC. I think that was a really good episode. So maybe it was filler, and that was a good example of filler. Don't know. I don't know. It's a really tough question, and it's really hard, and it's, like I said, it's even harder in video games. I think it's easier in something like Celeste, when it's not combat, it's arrangements of obstacles and different. What would the Celeste mechanics be called? What would, like, the power up that you get that gives you your dash in the air, and the moving block, the Kevin, like, what would that? Oh, the goddamn this game! What the fuck? What would those all be called? Like, they must have a specific word, but like, those things are all, just call them mechanics. Like, but there must be a better word for it. Those can all be done in different arrangements, and they can make sure, like, almost like just by comparing screenshots, that this is in a different arrangement every single time, and it's not repeating the same idea. You know, like, it's definitely there. Whereas if they did another one, like, at the end of Reflection Seaside, there's like this really, really long, like, Super Meat Boy style spike tunnel that you have to get through. And I think that if they did another one of those, immediately I'd be like, oh, we're doing this again, you know, like, and that starts to feel like filler. So yeah, okay, I think that's all I can say. Sorry if you wanted more, Micah. I think I'm running out of steam a little bit here. Might have to go over onto Epic Games. Really, you don't get that, but that was really funny. You should laugh.
I think I kind of get it, but I don't fully get it. I get it a little. So I give you a smile instead of a laugh.
Oh, okay. I like your smile, so I'll take it.
Let's talk about getting offended.
Uh-oh.
Not in terms of having bad opinions, but in terms of telling offensive jokes. James Gunn was fired and recently rehired over some edgy jokes from 10 years ago. Kevin Hart was disallowed to host the Oscars over similar jokes. Did they deserve this? Did they cross a line? Is there a line? Could you argue that offending people is part of a comedian's job description, in addition to making them laugh? Should the phrase, "I'm just joking," create an impenetrable criticism shield around the speaker? How do you find the perfect joke that offends absolutely no one? Is there a common sense standard that should be applied to humor? Loaded.
You know what? I feel like Lily should answer this question. Okay, so
There's none addressed to me this time because I'm not supposed to be here. So
I think that okay, so this is sort of political, and it's linked to the idea of safe spaces, and the safe spaces where you should try and create an area that there's not going to be any harmful. You're not going to be exposed to anything that you might deem harmful because of your identity or maybe some of the decisions that you've made in your life and that sort of thing. There's probably some more nuance to safe spaces, but I don't know everything about them. The reason why I'm saying that is because ironically, I think that when a comedian is on stage and to some extent performing like they perform, like on Twitter is hard. Like, but definitely when they're on stage. Let's start there. Definitely when a comedian is on stage, that's a safe space. And I think that comedians should be allowed to say pretty much whatever the hell they want and have just immunity to it, as long as it is clearly trying to be outrageous to get a laugh, or it's supporting some bigger point. However, like, they have to be comedians. Like I can't just say whatever I want right now and then just be like, oh, I was just being a comedian for a second. Like I can't do that. Like, it has to specifically be a comedian in that spot for that I'm willing to give it just kind of blanket. Yeah, that's fine, because the comedians should be outrageous and they should push the boundaries. But the issue that when I was a kid, I was really, really into Bill Hicks, and Bill Hicks would be offensive. Nowhere near today's standards, but like, I think the most offensive he was like, he had a joke where he said, back when the Iraq War was going on, there was a line that everyone would say, and they kind of said it like up until recently too. They were against the war, but they were for the troops. So it's like, I want to support the troops, but I'm against this war. Well, one of the most outrageous things Bill Hicks would say was that he said, I'm for the war, but I'm against the troops. Like, he would say something like that, like, and there was one time when there was a Bill Hicks is dead, by the way. Like, he died from, I think, pancreatic cancer. I even read his biography. I was that into him when I was younger. He wasn't the biggest comedian, but he was fairly prominent. And anyway, so like, there was one time where there was a father and mother in the front row of his show, and like one of their son had died in the Iraq War, and when he did this joke, he said that, like, the parents said something like, you're a horrible person, like, my son died for your rights and everything, and he kind of went off on them and was like, your kid didn't die for anything, and like, he didn't die for my rights at all, like, you're a goddamn idiot if you think that's right. And to me, that's crossing the line. So I think as soon as it becomes personal, it crosses the line. But that doesn't mean that like, comedians can't ever make shots at other people. It's just that they kind of like, I feel like they have to be people themselves. Like, it can't be like some big ass comedian is like dunking on the guy that he saw at Walmart the other day with his full name that he's saying it. Like, it's just someone else. But I also think that if a comedian is dunking on someone, like if Dave Chappelle like dunked on Louis C.K., like, I kind of feel like Louis C.K. is allowed to be annoyed at Dave Chappelle, but Dave Chappelle should be allowed to say it, like and he shouldn't be like hated for it by other people as well. But like, what I mean? Like, I feel like there's a lot of like particular things that need to be addressed in this sort of thing. It's not easy, but I do think that it is a comedian's job to push boundaries and to be offensive. But the reason why I'm bringing up Bill Hicks is not just because of that example that he did with where I think he was out of line, but it was also because I worshipped that guy when I was a teenager. When I was a young, impressionable kid, I worshipped that guy, and I hung on his every fucking word. And I still enjoy his comedy. Like, I haven't listened to it in a long time now, but when I did listen to it again, I still laughed. I found it funny, but like, the whole time I'm like, wow, this guy is preachy as fuck. Like, this guy is way too preachy. What the fuck, man? Like you need to chill the fuck out, Bill. Like holy fuck. And like, so like, I feel like if you give just like, is it carte blanche, is that the term, like you just immunity to comedians to be able to do this sort of thing, that there are going to be, oh no, the kid's dying, there are going to be oh well, rip kid, there are going to be moments where, you know, there are impressionable, to some extent, kids and also impressionable adults. What is this kid made of? Kidtanium? Like he's taking more hits than me. That are gonna go on and repeat these horrible things that the comedian might be saying just to get a laugh. But then that's a failure of the parents, right? The parents are letting them watch these things, like for the kids is such a shitty thing to say, and it shouldn't really be effective, but it still is. Like kids do still do these things.
Tears slipped down the mother's face in praise of her good fortune.
So as always, my answer is it depends. I kind of feel like outrage comedy and just saying something absolutely completely ridiculous is something that I do sometimes on stream, but I don't think I'm ever offensive about it. It's just some ironic kind of like, usually it's kind of like fake hint that I'm into some weird kinky sex shit. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of like outrageous comedy, but my outrageous comedy is never, you know, like racist or sexist or anything else like that. You know what I mean? Like it's not harmful to anyone except for myself, you know? And again, I'm not a comedian, so like if I did say that, it wouldn't matter. I'm not in that safe space. I'm not in that area. But like, I don't like the James Gunn stuff. I guess he was trying to be outrageous, but like he was making jokes about like being a pedophile, and I don't even understand why he would do that. Like why would, like first, like, I guess my biggest problem with it is that it's not funny. Like it's not, it's that it's offensive. It's just is not funny at all. And same with kind of like Kevin Hart. What Kevin Hart said, I believe, anyone can correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin Hart basically said that he just hopes that his son isn't going to be gay, and if he is, he's going to beat it out of him. Like that, to me, that isn't a joke. Like even if you're trying to say like, oh, I'm just being outrageous, that doesn't seem like a joke to me. That just seems like you just really hope that your son isn't going to be gay. Where's the funny, right? Like I don't understand, right? Like my dad said that to me growing up, and you know, he said, like, I remember my mom said, I don't know why she said it to me. Maybe she was worried. She's like, you know, if you're gay, like you can tell us, you know that, right? And me in one of my rare moments of being an adult before I was an adult said, like, fuck no, I wouldn't tell you. And she was like really offended. She was like, why not? And I was like, because dad would beat the shit out of me if I said that. And he was just sitting on the couch next to her, and he kind of shrugged and went, yep. And she went off on him, and I was like, there you go. You know, like, so like I don't that's the problem. And it's like, is it just a really bad joke, or is it not a joke? And that's really hard to tell, you know? It really is hard to tell. I could see it kind of being outrageous and everything.
Well, how many jokes have an egg of truth in them too, right? Like you say, like when you tell a lie, like a lot of the time there's like a morsel of truth in a lie. Yeah. So how much truth is in a joke? I don't think my dad would have beat the shit out of me, by the way. My dad talked a loud game, but he wouldn't have. We were hit a bit when we were growing up. Like nothing, we were never beaten. Like my dad was hardcore, like, oh, you messed up, here comes the belt. Like back then, even in school, like the schools were allowed to hit kids back then. Like when my dad was in school in Britain. Like we got hit a couple times, and if I'm being 100% honest, like we'll never repeat that with our kids, but there were times where I got hit where I deserved it. And like I like, even as an adult looking back, there were times when I didn't deserve it, and I'm still mad. Like I'm still mad about like a couple of those times. But there were times where I can look back and adult, like, yeah, like I was really out of line that day, and it's all right. Would have preferred him not to do that, but yeah, I can kind of see like what was going on. But yeah, I was never like whipped or beaten with a belt or anything, but my dad was. So like yeah, I don't think he would have done it. Made a couple of gay jokes himself growing up. The joke was that he would beat his son with a Barbie playhouse. Bad, but context.
Huh. Okay, that's, I guess that's a little better. Like it's almost like making a joke like he had the Barbie Playhouse and I bought it for him and I didn't realize what it would do, or I didn't realize that this was a warning sign because I didn't want him to be gay. Like, not that it would be a warning sign, like I'm trying to get into Kevin Hart's mindset. Like we've bought the boys girls toys, you know, like because they wanted them, you know, like we're not that kind of parent either, you know. Even saying that they're girls toys is something I don't like saying. It's just easier for the sake of communication. I don't think there should be boys or girls toys. I think you want to play with them, something you want to play with that, like it's fine. Traditionally a girls toy. Let's make some compromise there just for the sake of ease of communication. Like that makes it better, but like I don't know. Like I really don't know. I don't like, this is the question that we brought up earlier when it's about cancel culture. Like I really do feel like you say something bad and it's like the whole of the internet wants blood, and then that's the end of it. Like you're fucking canceled. Like I feel like there isn't enough nuance for it. Like I to get into, like, let's just go all in. There have been times where like I really do not like that Donald Trump is president. Okay, let's put it that way. Let's go all in. Like I said, I really do not like that Donald Trump is president. I think that it's insane that like it's like we were talking about the simulations earlier. That's a marker that something went wrong on this timeline. Okay, this is like, it's just insane to me. I can understand it, you know, like and everything, but like it's just insane to me. But like, even saying that, there have been times where I've been on Reddit or something and like there's been a post or a comment and someone's been like, Donald Trump said this fucking shitty thing, or look at this picture of Donald Trump standing next to the Pope and the Pope looks miserable, and now look at this picture of Obama standing next to the Pope and look, doesn't the Pope look so much happier to be standing next to Obama? And then you go and find the picture that, you know, wasn't selectively chosen, and there's a picture of the Pope standing next to Obama looking miserable, and there's a picture of the Pope standing next to Trump looking happy, you know. Like even knowing that, it's just, there's just complete bullshit that both sides kind of throw at each other. Not that, oh, I said both sides. Oh, that's it. I'm done. I'm canceled. I said it. Like, it's like I agree that if someone does something that is absolutely horrible and like just horrid, that yeah, they should probably lose some of their prominence, maybe even all of it, if it's that bad. Like I don't think there's any coming back from like actually being convicted of rape, but being accused of rape, like years later with no evidence, like that sort of thing, like I really can't get behind that, man. Like it needs to be rock fucking solid. So like I'm in this awkward position where I agree with like believe all women, because we're in this position now where you can't, like you ask like, okay, like 20 years ago this guy raped me, and it's like, well, why didn't you come forward 20 years ago when there was, to say it indelicately, evidence, and we could have dealt with it then? And it's like, well, because the climate back then was that no one believed women, and it's like, okay, well, we're not going to get past that until we start believing women. So we're kind of at this contradictory point where we have to believe women but not convict the people they're accusing because we don't have any evidence. But that means we shouldn't really ruin any lives because we don't have evidence. So it's this weird, really awkward point, but we kind of have to go through that if we're ever going to get past it. You know what I mean? Like that sort of thing. And that's how I feel about cancel culture and how we offensively. Is it really that bad? Like, are we what's this boss?
It was right here.
Are we going off of good information here? Oh, it's the boss from before, only there's one of him this time. And that's how I feel about like offensive jokes and everything. Like, it's really hard to know. But I do think that people are, you know, they should be more careful about what they say, especially on Twitter when they don't have what I consider to be like the immunity of being a comedian on stage, for sure. Did Kevin Hart make that comment on stage? Like, is a comedian ever off stage now? James Gunn is not a comedian, right? He's just a director, sometimes a writer. Did he do any performance comedy? I'm not that familiar with James Gunn.
One fungus ball harvested, not the most pleasant of smells, but would give bite and power to any remedy.
How many people have been canceled so far that genuinely, truly, 100% ever did anything wrong, though? Especially since the James Gunn thing was actually organized by a crazy right-wing weirdo and not any less people. Yeah, well, can we believe that? I don't know. Like, has that been 100% confirmed? Can you even 100% confirm that? Like, the only thing we can go on there is that he did say those things because they were still on Twitter, as far as I know. Like, they've been verified, and that whoever was making the decisions had thought they were bad enough that they should go, you know? And there's a lot of support coming out for him and saying, no, it should be fine. But then, like, What's the guy's name? Like, there was a lot of support for Roman Polanski, like this art person, like Natalie Portman, like fucking supporting Roman Polanski. You know what I mean? Like, ooh. Didn't Woody Allen do something horrible too, or is that just a little creepy? He married his adopted daughter. Is that Woody Allen? He adopted a 16-year-old girl and then he married her later, or is that someone else?
I don't know about I don't know Roman Polanski, but
Kevin Hart wanted that joke to be on him as a father, of how pathetic it is for a father to be like that in his joke. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, that could be his intent, but it didn't land that way. And I feel like you should be allowed as a comedian to take those chances. Robin Williams does a bit where he's on Inside the Actor's Studio. Oh, man, I miss Robin Williams. Holy shit, I'm still upset about that. That and Steve Irwin have hit me the hardest out of all the celebrity deaths. A little bit of Chester Bennington, too. But, like, Steve Irwin, I don't know why. I wasn't even the biggest Steve Irwin fan, but it's just something about Steve Irwin just always made me happy and smile. And Robin Williams is the same way, you know? Like, anyway, Robin Williams was on Inside the Actor's Studio with James Lipton, right? Like the soup. And he was and he does a bit where he does a stand-up, like an improvisation and stand-up bit. It's actually really beautiful. If anyone hasn't seen that, go and watch that. Maybe watch the whole thing. It's interesting. But at least watch that part where he does an improvised stand-up bit right there on stage in front of everyone, and he commentates it like as he goes through. And he's like, he has to, every single time he's on stage, it's just like a flurry of ideas coming in his head, and he's just like bum 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 bum. Like he's arguably like the king of improvisational comedy, and he's just going through all these different things, and then he gets to the end where like he says a joke that's like a little out there, and the audience doesn't laugh as much as the other ones, and he's like, and there I found the line, and now I know where the line is, so I need to bring it back a little bit. Like I've gone out to sea as far as I can. These aren't his exact words. I've gone out to sea as far as I can with how I can be, and like it's like he's channeling this thing, and then I have to pull it back after that because now I know where the line is, and now where I can't cross over. You know what I mean? Like, and it's all about the audience. You know, certain jokes are going to land differently in different audiences, and comedians usually prepare even for where they're going to be playing, and they know that certain jokes aren't going to be received in the same way. A lot goes into it, like a ton, and they're gonna fuck up. You know, like they're gonna fuck up a lot, and it's yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I think I've rambled enough. I'm sorry, Micah.
quick questions. Speaking of Ding and Rampa from question 1, you kind of already answered this already. Do you think that game has story filler? The free time obviously is, but could you argue the murders also fall into that category, since they are mostly unrelated to the A plot of what's going on in the outside world? Or is it the other way around?
I kind of already answered this, yeah. I think that they're really good, and there should be more of them, and I wouldn't even separate it. I would say that the big plot that's going on isn't really the point of that. The point is the situation that those kids are in, and they're like, then the murders and that, not what's going on outside the world. That's more like an ending thing that comes out of nowhere and kind of spoils everything. I wish they would have been linked more, and they kind of are linked a little bit, but like the problem isn't really that there's a big separation. The problem is that outside plot fucking sucks. So yeah.
What do you think of the 2 Matrix sequels, Reloaded and Revolutions? Good, bad, or just okay? If you think you could say a lot about them and the philosophy that these films examined, skip this one, and I will ask it as one of my main questions next month, as I'd love to get your detailed thoughts.
I haven't watched them again. I watched them in the theaters, and that's it. I've watched the first Matrix a bunch of times, and I recently watched part of it again. You were with me when we did that, Lily, remember? Like, I had just finished like pedaling and watching John Wick 2, I think, and I was like, and Matrix was on Netflix, so I was like, oh shit, I want to see that. I want to see the bust-in scene where they go into the bottom of that foyer, and Lily was there, and we watched that bit again, and damn, that still holds up, man. That still looks pretty good. I was like, oh man, like, and I've seen some way better action movies since then overall in terms of the martial arts and the choreography and everything. Like the Raid is just incredible. And John Wick is really good too, but like that still holds up, even though I prefer the other ones. I don't really have much to say about Reloaded and Revolutions. Like I said, I've only seen them once, and it was a long time ago when they first came out, and I don't really go much in for the philosophy of them either. Like I was too young to understand it, and I might be too ignorant to understand it now. So I don't know. I would like to see them again, but my thoughts are that they were really great action movies, and like they were a high-powered ass kicking, and that's all I wanted. To quote some webcomic that I used to watch, I can't remember who said that. I think it was one of the Mac Hall guys that said that about The Matrix. He went and saw the new Matrix movie. He's like, it was a high-powered ass kicking, and that's all I wanted. Or maybe it was Largo from Mega Tokyo. I was really into webcomics for a bit.
Do you have a P.O. box that we could send you games and movies in, such as The Sixth Sense by M. Night Shyamalan?
We actually do. I don't know if we're ready to give that out just yet. I think I would like to talk to... I think H Bomber Guy has a PO box. Oh, damn, how did we die here? I think H Bomber Guy has a PO box, and I would like to know how much he actually gets from it, because I did it under personal. Like they asked me, is it for personal or business? And I did it for personal. And if I say it and there's just like so much stuff that comes in, they're going to be really angry. So, and they might throw a lot of it out if they're that angry. So I think I would like to check and see if there's going to be like a deluge or not. And if there isn't, then okay, then I guess we can do it. But if there is, then I would I will give it out. The highway sequence is awesome. Yeah, I agree. The highway sequence is awesome.
Thanks for answering, Jojo. You're the man. Sincerely, Micah Night Shyamalan.
That's a good one. Thank you, Micah. You might need to make a new PO box for the fan mail, but it's best to ask around multiple people before you do it. Yeah. Do you have regrets for promising future videos that you later lose interest in, and do you think you might start doing some kind of vote for future videos? There might be a vote. I do have some regrets in saying that stuff I'm gonna make, and I end up not doing it. But I think the only videos that I've promised I would do that are possibly not happening now is Nier Automata, right? The Sekiro video will still happen. It's like I was in the last stage, and it's like, no, I can't do it. The Baba Is You video will probably still happen as well, although I'm not promising that one. It's like that was also like very close to done. And I think that's it, right? There's no other big one, is there? Maybe I'm forgetting one. I try very much now to say that the videos aren't promised, they're just something I'm considering doing. Best of 2018 video? Yeah, did I don't know if I said I wanted to do that. I don't know if I promised it or not. I'm very particular when I say, yeah, I'm thinking of doing that. Maybe I did say I promised that one and that didn't happen. There was the 2017 one I wanted to do too. What is this game? This game is Children of Morta, and it's a rogue-like kind of thing. Oh, we have a new person. Let's try them out. And we'll do one more question from Patreon. But first I need to say thank you to Lord Kaiser 2 for the 5-month resub on Prime. Thank you very much, Lord Kaiser 2. Hopefully you're still here. That was 22 minutes ago. Sorry, we're in a bit of a rant with the questions here. Thank you, Kiwi TP. I think that's it. Not Kawitty P. Kiwi TP. I think that's it for the new sub. Welcome to the secret Weeaboo Society. Clawfist. And thank you to That Psy Guy for the 4-month resub as well. Thank you, That Psy Guy. Hope you're doing well. Gothic video? I think you've mixed me up with Mandalore. Classic mistake. We sound exactly the same. Kiwi TP, you had it? Great. Awesome. Oh, first one to get it ever, first try. God, I'm the man. Alright, we're Mark. Any emoticon for Clawfist? There is actually, but we don't really do the hey, we got a sub, do the emote thing. Not many channels do that either, actually. Nier's biggest drawback for me was the combat because it was nothing like Platinum's other stuff. Really disappointed me. Me too. Yep. Mark automatically targets his enemies from a short distance and dashes toward them when he attacks. The target is singled out by an indicator below it. Oh, he's like the monk from Diablo. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Gothic stream. I don't think we ever talked about Gothic. Oh, this is a quick one, so we're going to answer this one quickly, and then we'll go on to the next one. I think that'll be the last one that we do.
Sulkrat says, "Hi Joe, one question. What do you think of games that are fan-made and branch off of other more successful releases? There are so many Undertale fan games, and I think it's a curious corner of the industry. These games are usually free, and I wonder if any will ever blow up. I would love to hear your thoughts. Wish you and your family well."
I haven't really. Sorry. First of all, thank you very much for the questions and the well wishes. I was almost rude then. I would have to hand in my Canadian card because I've never been rude before. I haven't really played any fan games. The only fan games I've ever played, actually, there's only one, and that was another Metroid 2 remake, and I didn't even finish it. Maybe I'm a dirty liar, and there's something I've talked about on stream before that I've forgotten, but. I think that's it. If you want to include mod campaigns, I played Ancient Keeper and a couple other of the mod campaigns for Dungeon Keeper 1, but no one is really going to give a shit about that. But it was really cool. I talked about it in the Dungeon Keeper video. Keeper FX is the updated version of that comes with a bunch of fan campaigns in it, and some of them are really, really good. They're weird, but they're good. I think that's it. Sorry, I didn't finish another Metroid 2 remake. No, I didn't. I really want to though. I was in the middle of something and it was just I had a couple hours to kill and I wanted to try it. It was a little after it came out.
In the distance, a chuckle echoed as another.
So unless chat can remember a time that I played a fan game. Witcher 3 feels like a fan game. Then I can't really talk anymore about it. Sorry. Sorry, Sulkrat. I'm trying to think before I give up. What about all those kinky mods for Skyrim, Joe? I don't think they count. I'm not going to deny it. I installed a couple of those to see. I'll admit it. Just letting that sit.
No one's touching it either.
just letting it sit. All right. Sorry, Sulkrat. If you can think of if we're participate in the next Q&A, you can ask 3 questions if you want. Because I couldn't give you a good answer for this one. Oh, wow. Okay, are you up for this?
I think I'm okay.
You
I'm
think
still
you're okay?
waiting for her to cry at any minute.
Okay, so this will be...
I'm going to be shocked if she doesn't.
This will be the last one. So we're about a little under halfway done, so we'll probably be able to finish tomorrow if we can do this tomorrow. It might be the next day, or it might be even next weekend. We'll see. But we'll see. I need to make this smaller, don't I? Because it's not fitting. Can you read that?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so this person says that you get 20 points if you get my surname right.
Oh, shit.
So you try, and then I'll try after that. So we have permission to do the surname because they said it, right? Okay.
Well, should have told me that before. I could have practiced it 3 times. No, it's like...
Okay, I'm going to try, and then you try after that, okay?
Okay.
Banjo Geogigan. And it's spelt, chat, Geoghegan. Your turn, Lily.
Banjo... Jag again. I want to say like George because of the Geog.
Okay.
But like there's no R, but
You might be right, yeah.
but I feel like the H is silent. Because the GH, I feel like the H is silent.
At least he knows that, it's... It's difficult.
Did you do it? You did it.
I don't think
Maybe.
so. I think
Assuming this is them.
I don't think so. I think it's just a supportive fan. Anyway, so this question is really, really long. So, actually, before we start, let me say thank you to Ipsen13 for the 6-month resub. Thank you very much, Ipsen13. There's sweat literally dripping off of my cheeks right now. Like, I can feel it dripping down. What?
Yeah.
Thank you, Ipsen13, and thank you to Snazzy Saint for the new sub of Prime. That's a cool name. Thank you. Welcome to Prime Time, Snazzy Saint. Which cheeks? All four. All four. Anyway, go for it.
Hi, Joe. I first want to say that what you and Lily do for your community outside of your videos is insanely generous
no, it's this
and
one.
commendable. I remember this one.
Oh, no.
Oh, I have been part of the Discord for over a year, and while I don't usually participate in the action, I respect the hell out of both of you for the love and support you show your audience, and the knife in my back is being twisted and twisted.
Oh, it's awkward. Oh, no.
Yeah.
It's temporary. It's temporary.
About that Discord.
It's temporary.
We still love our community.
It'll be back. It'll be back.
You played Path of Exile for the last Q&A stream, and it inspired me to ask some questions about it. In many ARPGs, but especially Path of Exile, the real meat of the game comes during the endgame. For Path of Exile, that is around level 68 when you gain access to maps, but more importantly, when most builds will be able to do what they are designed for. Take, for example, my favorite skill, Righteous Fire. While it is technically possible to use the skill for damage in earlier levels, to properly utilize it as your main damage source, you need both enough passive points from levels and specific unique items that have high 60+ level requirements. Before then, you cannot use your character in the way you are aiming for. Your character used Enki's Arc Witch, which is one of the lucky few that can progress through the game using the desired skill and see it grow stronger as you go. Many others will be effectively forced to use a different skill or completely different playstyle until they can transition completely at a certain level. Do you consider it acceptable design to gate the real game behind an 8+ hour campaign? This is often a more obvious problem on subsequent playthroughs, which the developers incentivize by releasing temporary leaks, which force you to start from scratch. Do you want me to keep going? Because he says my other question is about complexity. Do you want to answer it in parts, or do you want me to answer the whole thing?
No, keep going. I think they're linked.
My other question is about complexity. You can draw many parallels between Path of Exile and WoW. Maps and high-tier bosses are similar to raids. You have active skills that are enhanced by passive skills, and both require you to spend time or money with WoW's character boost to get to the point that enfranchised players consider the real game. The biggest difference that sticks with me is the complexity of skills. When I and many others first blindly played Path of Exile, we equipped every new skill gem and ended up with 4 to 5+ active skills on a character. This strikes me as similar to a character in WoW, where at endgame you may have a best way to string your skills together, but you have choice and there is an element of skill in your timing and judgment. Example, who when to heal. In Path of Exile, most of the builds able to complete endgame content rely on 2, sometimes 3 active skills. This will usually be a damaging skill and a movement skill alongside a buff or debuff. This has always struck me as a perfect embodiment of the quote, "Given the opportunity, players will optimize the fun out of the game." I wish I could play the game the way I first did, where every skill was worth trying and I always had choices, but after my first successful character, I just cannot go back. So the question, given that players will optimize a game like Path of Exile to the fewest number of moment-to-moment choices that are necessary, should developers aim to force complexity and moment-to-moment gameplay by incentivizing a broader array of choices or disincentivizing one-button builds? Do you think this would make for better games? I have no idea what I just read.
Congratulations on getting through it. That was a tough one. I kind of missed some part of the beginning though. Can you read it again? Okay, so I think it is acceptable, and it's so. The two questions are: is this sort of idea that you have to play a lot of the game before you get to the real game at the end? Is that an acceptable sort of game design, and about optimizing the players optimizing the fun out of the game, and do developers have a responsibility, or not even responsibility, that's too strong a word, should developers, in order to make their games more engaging and more enjoyable, find a way to prevent players from optimizing the fun out of their game? It's stronger in World of Warcraft than it is in Path of Exile, because in World of Warcraft, your end game is either you are raiding or you are PvPing in arena in the battlegrounds. Most likely you're raiding, or you're doing challenge mode 5-mans. I don't know if there's anything else in the game now. I heard they added those islands or whatever, but yeah, that's pretty much it. If you like end game questing or just grinding out yourself for just to get gold and achievements and stuff, that's like, you can do whatever you want. It doesn't really matter. But in these other situations where you're raiding or you're doing PvP, like, you're playing with other players, and not only should you optimize the fun out of your game in order to just appease like your own need for efficiency, but if you don't, you're letting other people down. You know, like, if you come to the raid as a fire mage, but fire mage is currently 20% less damage than fire and arcane, that's just making other people have to work that much harder than you in order to kill the bosses, and someone else might have to unoptimize themselves out of fun just to tolerate with your shit. This didn't really happen in Classic, but it is in Vanilla, but it is happening in Classic. So the distinction there is Vanilla is when WoW first came out, and Classic is the new one, just in case anyone is not familiar with the new thing that came out. Some people were using them interchangeably before it came out, but I think it's a good way to differentiate them, that Vanilla is the real Classic experience back in 2004, and Classic is the one that just came out. Back then, I think it was only tanks and to some extent healers. Those were the only ones that were optimized out of rotation. Like, if you were a raiding tank, you were a warrior. There would just wasn't happening any other way. Like, there might sometimes, if you're a druid, you might have gotten a whack at something. I don't remember a paladin ever tanking anything ever in a raid environment. And when I was there, maybe later on in Naxxramas it happened, but in Molten Core and Blackwing Lair and Onyxia, I only remember one fight ever where a non-warrior could tank something, and it was a druid. So I think that makes sense to me, as the games become more refined, that more of these decisions are going to come out. But it also makes sense that there's going to be this drive to do so, because otherwise you're letting other people on your team down, and who wants to let the team down, right? Maybe I should have let them summon that. I don't know what's going on there. But in Path of Exile, okay, so first of all, I should say that I've played a lot of Path of Exile since then. So whenever we have a baby, which I get to say because we've had like 3 of them, I pick a game that I can play passively while I'm looking after the baby, while the baby's in my lap sleeping, like finally calm down. Maybe if I'm feeding the baby a little bit and the baby doesn't need full attention, sometimes, you just get sick of your baby and you're like, I'm just putting in the hours right now, goddamn you, baby. Not with my babies though, this is just a hypothetical. For Leo, it was oxygen not included, and I bounced between different other kind of like management games. I tried out Coaster World, or whatever it was, Planet Coaster, that's it. Got it eventually. Fucking hell. I tried out Planet Coaster, I tried a bunch of other ones, and I settled on Oxygen Not Included, and that was the game I played when Leo was a baby. I can't remember what I played when Finn was a baby, and when Kate was a baby, she still is. I played Path of Exile when she was in my lap, or when I had to be downstairs in order to help Lily out in the first kind of area when we were having the baby. I also took a week off after the baby was born, which was my first break, I think, like first proper break since ever. There was somewhat of a break when we moved here, but it wasn't like a let's take a couple hours time off thing. It was like I can't work literally because the computer's not here, you know what I mean? So I took some time off, and I was playing Path of Exile a bit, and I was putting in like maybe a little bit of time here and there when I was looking after the kids, you know, like when it wasn't like 100%. Look, I sound like a bad dad when I'm saying this. That's why I'm stressing that it's not like, oh, I'm looking after the kids, time to play Path of Exile. But I got not to end game. I did get to maps. But it was really easy too, because it was like the last league where it's just Cyclone, so I didn't even have to play. I just held down one button while I'm talking to the kids, while I'm feeding the baby, while I'm doing all the other stuff. You know, like it was just literally one button, just hold down right mouse button and just Cyclone all over the place. I killed Shaper, and I didn't kill any other endgame boss. That was it. I killed Shaper, and most of it was just because I was able to trade. I got lucky on some exalted orbs. So I'm more familiar now with Path of Exile than I was back then, and I've seen a lot more of it. And I completely agree with you. Like at the end game, there's only a certain amount of abilities that are viable, and especially if you've played it a lot, it's not even about the end game content that you want to be viable. It's about being efficient. You know, it's like how fast can you get a map down, and what is the most efficient, like the map that's going to drop the most amount of loot for the effort that goes into it with the minimum amount of risk to dying if you're not at max level yet, which is weird because I hear a lot of people say you never get to max level in Path of Exile. You know, it's just balanced around never getting to max level. It's like, well, there were a lot of people who got to max level in this season, like really early on. Like I think week 1 there was someone who got the max level. So I don't think that's true. It's not the true. It is balanced around that. At least maybe it wasn't back when I first tried to play it a long time ago, when the game was, I think it was in Harbinger when I first tried to play it. Can't remember. And I had the same experience as you. I just put a bunch of skill gems on my bar, and I had a bunch of different things that I was going to use, and I had some fun just not really understanding what the fuck was going on. And now that I know the game more, it's like, okay, you have to follow a guide. And Cyclone wasn't as lucky that like I couldn't use Cyclone right at the beginning, but it was a little later on after I had done some of the acts I could finally use Cyclone, and then I was back to just the build I was at before. I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea to have like you go from one phase into another when you get to max level, especially considering how easy it is to get Orbs of Regret now, and you can basically just, if you wanted to, you could afford to respec your whole entire character when you get up to like level 60 or whatever. Like you get a lot of respec points and you get a lot of Orbs of Regret. They're not too bad. I think you can do that if you really wanted to. But sorry, Lily, you must be really bored. But I really feel like that idea that you said that, you know, you play the game and it doesn't start until the end game is a really big flaw in Diablo. In Path of Exile, but it's not in Diablo, because it's just like in Diablo, you can go right into adventure mode, which is the end game, and that kind of makes it kind of dull. There's no like ritual that you have to go through at the beginning of every single time that you play a league in Diablo. But in Path of Exile, like, it can go on for quite a while, and it's like, okay, now I finally need to get to the end game. But Path of Exile is really well designed, and I have a lot of positive things to say about Path of Exile. I just feel like it's trying its best to just make you sit in maps all the time, and maps get really boring. And they have Delve, and Delve is really fun, and they have these other ideas like the temple runs and stuff, and like it's all basically the same thing. But if they had different things like Delve, you know, like, and you could run it more often, and you were bouncing between, like, okay, it's really efficient if you do a map and then you do a Delve and then you do this other thing that has its own unique kind of mechanic, and then you do another thing that's its own unique kind of mechanic, and then you go back to do a map, and you have a cycle between it. And they try to do that with all the different things that you can get, but like the Syndicate and the Temple and the crystals that you get, like the Void crystals or whatever they are, the ones you go into Demon Realms, like those aren't the same thing at all. Like, it's like nowhere near like what the difference between Delve is to the rest of the game, you know? So yeah, I wish I'd played it more when Delve was at its peak, because that was really interesting to me. And yeah, so I think that Poe suffers from that. But to end with the last thing on your list, which is that optimizing the fun out of your game, that can also be a symptom of just you getting used to it, and you're doing it because you're kind of bored and you don't even realize it. It's not engaging you anymore, because that kind of thing where you can optimize the fun out of anything, that can happen with anything at all. Like anything at all. Like there's parts where sometimes when I'm producing videos now, which used to be one of maybe even my favorite part, when I'm arranging the videos clips in Premiere. That used to be like, oh man, I get to do this and I get to arrange that, and I wonder what kind of cool little thing I'm gonna do this time. Well, like without taking a course or like really diving in hardcore, there's not really much more for me to learn. And there's also the problem that, like, I can't really teach myself much anymore, but there's also the issue that is it's not really worth it either. It's not gonna be like people aren't going to care. It's going to have very little impact for a lot of time, and there might be a lot of people that are angry that I do it, because like why are you wasting your time with all these fancy jump cuts when most people don't even watch the video? You know, I still do them sometimes, but like things like that. Like if I was to take a class and learn how to make videos that are as stylish and look as good as Mark Brown, as much as Mark Brown, like that would be interesting for me, but like that would add like probably for the scale of the Witcher video, like we're talking like easy like another 500 hours, you know what I mean? Like to add all those effects, you know, on every single fucking minute of the video, you know what I mean? Like it wouldn't be worth it at all. So yeah, so I think you can get into that phase with anything where it's just like you're just kind of going through the motions with some things, and it's natural, you know. Like even like you took up pottery, you know, and you learn how to be like the first, you know, ceramic dildo that you make in your pottery barn is like, oh man, like I had a lot of fun time using this dildo. I made a lot of mistakes, but you know, like I can't wait to use it, and we're gonna have a lot of fun, and like I see the mistakes. Next time I'm gonna try this, and then by the time you've made your 10th dildo, you're just like, yeah, whatever, it's just another dildo. Like who gives a fuck, you know? Like let's do it the most efficient way possible, you know? Like. So in a way, it's your own fault for optimizing the fun out, but it also isn't, because you really should. The game designers really should do their best. But like in the most recent league, which I think looks absolutely awful, by the way, the tower defense thing doesn't look like anything that should be in Path of Exile, in my opinion. Maybe it's great and I'm wrong, but like I haven't played it, so it looks pretty bad. They made mana a thing again. They really wanted people to use mana potions, and everyone complained, and it's like, and that's adding complexity. That stops you from doing the same thing in one button all over again. And yet, despite me understanding that problem with game design, I'm still right there with everyone. Like I don't want to manage my mana. I want to do fun things, you know. I just like, and it gets to the point where I start thinking Path of Exile is just a spam game. Who gives a shit? Like when I die in Path of Exile, I get mad, because it's like, why are you suddenly making me dodge shit? Why are you suddenly making me have to look for patterns on the floor? I just played for like 15 hours without ever having to do that, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, with no warning, there's now an enemy in this area, in this map, that can kill me if I'm not 100% careful the whole entire time. Like, why the fuck are you doing this? This is horrible. And that's kind of right, you know. Like that's not a bad reaction. So I think it's just it's kind of a bad game for what you're saying. It's not a bad game in general. It's just a bad game for what you're saying, because it's an efficiency machine, you know. It's like it's something that it's the first step up, you know, from a clicker game. It's something that has more involved, but it's really just about getting the numbers higher and getting more resources and getting lucky and getting a really good drop. And I think the game could work on that a lot. Its economy is like the best I've ever seen in the game. It is such the coolest economy in any game ever. And it works so well, and it's so well designed, and it's so smart. But in terms of what you do with that economy and how you push things, it's really dull, and it needs a lot of work on that scale. And yeah, and it's just all about getting that efficiency that pushes you toward it. So I think it would be more interesting to think about more action games where, if there's like in Devil May Cry, if there was a move that you could just spam over and over and over again, and you would win every single fight. Well, Devil May Cry kind of has that already. Like Devil May Cry, in like from what I remember, was never a challenging game. It was all about your self-imposed challenges, and you know, doing it in the most stylish way possible and getting the rankings up. You know what I mean? And you feel bad when you haven't when you don't do that well enough. You know. So. I don't know how a game like Dark Souls would do that to bring it up. I'm hoping at least someone in the chat knows about Dark Souls. and has heard of that. But it's like
One raging beast was not enough.
that's why I have all these self-imposed challenges when I play a game, is because I've learned that I will try and optimize the fun out of the game, but that can go the other way too. It can become that I have put such a self-imposed challenge on myself that I'm not enjoying the game because the self-imposed challenge is kind of dumb and bullshit, you know? Sorry, I'm trying really hard to kill this boss right now, and I think I'm done though. I don't think I have anything else to say about that. Do you think I covered all the points, Lily?
Can I be honest? I just zoned out for most of what you just said. I didn't understand the question, so I knew I wouldn't understand the answer. So
That's fine. That's fine.
I have no idea if you covered all the points or not.
That's fine. Chat, do you think I covered all the points, or is there a point that you think that I that I didn't say enough? I love you, Lily. I love your honesty.
Sorry, just
No,
I don't even know what I read when I read you the question.
I'm not being sarcastic. I love you, Lily.
They say good.
Okay.
Quick book questions. Have you heard of the Gone series by Michael Grant? It follows a similar premise to one of the story concepts you have talked about, with everyone over a certain age vanishing, but with a fantasy antagonist reminiscent of Lavos from Chrono Trigger. Very fun YA fiction.
That sounds really interesting. I've never heard of that. Did it get a movie or a TV show or anything, or is it just a book? I'll see if I can write that down and remember that. That sounds interesting. I'd like to read that. I have a lot of books to read right now. Lily got me the entire Dark Tower series for Christmas, and I still haven't even finished Stephen King's JFK book. I started that, and I was enjoying it. I wasn't loving it, but I was enjoying it. I got really, really mad at the main character. I got so pissed, and then I put it down, and I forgot to pick it back up again after that, even though I was enjoying it. This is a minor spoiler, but like he can go, like, it's the premise of the book is that he can go back in time, and he goes back in time, and he realizes that he's gonna stay there for a while, and he realizes that he's accidentally brought his cell phone with him, and he can go back into the portal and go back to the future and then come back to the past, and it resets with no issue whatsoever. Like, he could just reset it and not bring the phone, but instead of that, he's too lazy, and he throws the cell phone into a pond, and it sinks to the bottom of the pond, and he's like, yep, that's that done. That's not going to come back to bite me in the ass. And I just closed the book and I went, you fucking idiot. I don't even know if it's important, but I'm like, you fucking idiot, and I didn't read it again after that. But like, I would like to, because that's not enough to put me off. I just did the fucking idiot thing, and then I got distracted by something. But yeah, I'd like to runes durability. What the fuck is a rune? I would like to read the Dark Tower series. I haven't read any of that, but yeah, I have a lot of books to read at the moment.
Have you read The Chronicles of Amber by Roger Zelazny? None of them are my favorite books, but I think it is my favorite series of all time.
Isn't it Zelazny? Maybe it's spelt wrong, or maybe it's wrong in my head.
I don't know how to say it. I'm just guessing.
I actually have read that, and that is one of the examples of a fantasy book
done right. It's on
done
the bookshelf,
right.
Isn't it? I don't
Yeah.
remember. I've seen that.
That is one of the examples of a fantasy book done right. I actually have read that, and it was interesting, and it avoids that trap of it being about too bogged down all the different details and everything. Apart from that, the story, I only read the first half. It's 10 books in one, and they're quite short, but all put together, the book is fucking huge. And I read the first 5, and I haven't read the second 5 yet. It was a while ago when I read it, and I enjoyed that quite a bit. It does this interesting thing. It breaks a rule. So one of the things I think should be a rule for writing, and I think most writers would agree with this, is that you should never dump a bunch of characters in a row with all of their descriptions and all of their kind of like features in a list. You should never introduce more than a few names at once, and even then you should try to introduce characters on an individual basis, because it's very difficult for the reader to imagine different ones, especially if you want them to have a very unique description. I usually don't describe my characters, because in my experience, whenever I see a name and a profession, even immediately, boom, the image of that character is cemented in my head forever, and it doesn't matter what you say. Like, if the writer says he had green eyes, and in my original thought it had brown eyes, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter one fucking bit. Like, if you say it multiple times that they had green eyes, maybe you can get through to me, but, like, it's, like, doesn't fucking matter. Like, it's in my head now. I'm not changing it. Fuck you. And Roger Zalansky, has this in one of the first pages, I think in the first like 20 or 30 pages, he describes, I think, at least 5 characters in the form of a deck of cards. The main character finds, because they're all like supernatural entities, and he finds a deck of cards, and they're all like, I think they're kind of like tarot cards, and their descriptions and the names of all these characters. I think the characters' brothers and sisters. I can't really remember it well. It was a long time ago I read the book. And it's just like one after the other. So-and-so looks like this. Boom. So-and-so looks like this. Boom. And I hated that at first. I was like, I'm not going to remember this. But then I realized I could just go to the top of that page and dog ear it. And whenever the character came back, I really enjoyed that I could just flip back to that page right again. And there it is. Just like a resource for me to remind myself who this character is. I didn't have to go digging back through all the pages. So I thought that was kind of a cool thing that he did. Like, he broke what I consider to be a rule, and it worked out well in the end. Because I was like, oh, cool. You know, like that's good. Yeah, I'd like to read the next 5. Yeah, I enjoyed it. There's some really weird imagery in that. It's like they're like realm walkers, and they can go between different dimensions, and they can also dream up things, but it's not really clear if they're dreaming things up or if everything that they can think of already exists, and they're just kind of traveling there. And there's these really weird travel scenes where it's almost like they're moving between like a morphing painting around them. It was quite well described. It was interesting.
Thanks for all the content you put out, your deluge of Q&As this last few weeks. Did I say that right?
I think so, yeah.
Helped me get through a bad chest infection. By the way, 20 points if you get my surname right.
Oh, I hope we were close. Thank you for the question and the message, Banjo. Not even gonna try again. Okay, so real quick, if there's any question that we've missed a lot in chat, now's the time to ask it because we're about done. Thank you to Crocano861 for the 24-month resub. Thank you very much, Crocano. Welcome to the 2-year club. Hope you enjoyed the red dragon, the chat icon. I should make some new ones. It seems like people are going to go beyond 2 years. Damn. Thank you, Crocano. Thank you, Rockcogs, for 100 bits. Has Children of Mortar cemented itself as a Q&A foundation, or would another game make it shale make it look shale in comparison? This game is okay. Not really loving it, but it's okay. Thank you, JRiles123 for the new sub prime. Welcome to Prime Time.
Clawfist.
A Lily Clawfist. Have you tried Devil May Cry 5 yet? Joe loved it. Favorite of the series? No, I haven't tried it yet. Sorry. That was asked earlier. I read the Mistborn books. No, I haven't. Did I make the badges myself? No, I didn't. This is horrible to say, but I can't remember who made the badges. It was a long time ago, and it was somewhat close to when the Discord first founded, and there was so much going on. So if you are the person that made the badges, can you please message me on Discord, because it should be in the chat history. Maybe you're someone I still talk to and I can't remember who did it, but it'll be in the chat history. And I'm very sorry that I forgot, but there's, you know, a lot was going on and a lot happened. Canyon Pain exposure. It should be in the bottom. It should be chat icons by this person. Maybe it is down there and my dumbass didn't even check. But it's there. I should put a note and say chat icons done by this person. Is there a way to play the whole Catherine series on PC? Is the new one on PC? I don't know. Have you tried the new character in Slay the Spire yet? What are your thoughts? You have? I haven't. I didn't know that was even out yet. I thought that was coming out later. It was Dio. When we're doing reviews, do you factor in skill level when judging combat and mechanics? You're quite a bit better than a lot of players, and I think this sometimes affects your judgment of combat or mechanics. It's pretty much impossible for me to do that. I have a very low opinion of myself when it comes to skill, so I think I've learned by now that I'm better at platformers than most people. So going forward, I can make that judgment call, but I don't think I'm better at action games or shooters or anything like that than most people. And in fact, when it comes to shooters, I'm probably worse than most people. So yeah, it's really difficult for me to factor that in, but I can only judge it for myself, right? That's why there's difficulty options. They're such a good thing.
Action Cater, I think you were the second one. So you're going to be right at the beginning of this if you watch it back.
Dio, not Dio. Okay, thanks. Finn says Mario or Mario. I think he says it like we do. Joe, I'm sure it's been asked, but did you get as much pushback on the subject of video as it seemed? No, not really. There was a couple of comments and stuff like that, and a lot of it was done in bad faith. There were some good comments too, but yeah, a lot of people just apparently just stopped listening after the first bit and started keyboard warrioring it up. Yeah, but no, it wasn't that bad. I think the horror video got more pushback than that, which is weird because I kind of feel like maybe they're both about the same kind of level of indefensible. Like going against them, like in the horror video is clearly marked, you know, why it doesn't scare me, and then like you can't be objective. It's not like I would prefer that we can only be subjective in terms of talking about games and stuff. Like it's not like that's the way I want it to be, so I'm gonna push that agenda. That's just the way it is. You know?
Dio.
I know it's Dio, yeah.
I hope you know, because sometimes I'm not sure.
Wasn't it Mad Bake who made the badges? I don't think so. I think I would remember if it was Mad Bake. Mad Bake has made us quite a bit of stuff. Maybe it is, and maybe that's why I can't remember. I don't think it was Mad Bake. Ever thought to watch the JoJo series so you can finally understand all the jokes in chat? I would, but I really don't want to have to watch all of Dragon Ball Z, you know, and to enjoy the sequel series. Like, that's a big commitment. There's like 5,000 episodes of Dragon Ball Z just to be able to get everything that happens in JoJo. Was it Mad Bake? I feel really bad.
There's so many of them that have contributed. It's hard to keep everybody straight.
Just start out with One Piece. Hey, I was the guy bothering you with the YouTube chat in the last Blasphemous video. Did you ever figure that out? What? On the YouTube comments, you mean? You're the one who said, can we make the chat bigger? You're the one in the YouTube comments? We can make it a little bigger, but I kind of feel like it looks a little bad at full resolution when it's bigger, but I can make it a little bigger, yeah. I'm going to experiment a little bit and see if we can find a better way. I'm even recording chat for this one. I'm noticing that it's really hard to get it synced. Even on Twitch playback, if you go watch the Celeste stream that we just did, you'll see like PogChamp first try when I clear a screen, and it happens like a good solid, I think, 10 seconds after the screen's done. So even Twitch can't get that synchronized properly. So I have to tinker it a bit. Right list of people to make shit for you. I do, but for that one, it was like when things were really hectic with like starting the stream and it was Discord and there was so much going on. I was like, I don't even know what I'm doing. I don't even know if I'm gonna stream. And it was like, oh, here are these chat icons, and I was like, what the fuck is a chat icon? You know, like it was like, how do I upload them? So it's like, so that one just got lost from having to do all of that, all that stuff. I feel really bad. In my opinion, it's way better for chat to be late rather than early if you can get it. Yeah, I agree. Yep. I agree with that. Okay, so I think we're done, and we will continue it when we can. We might try tomorrow. It might be the next day. It definitely will not be on a day where we stream in the day beforehand. It might be next Friday. I don't know, but we'll continue it when we can. And I think we're a third of the way through, maybe half, because a lot of the long questions were at the beginning. They were front loaded. Yeah. So thank you very much. There was way more people here than usual for the Q&A streams. Usually there's only about 200, and we were hitting like 300.
A little over 300.
Yeah. So
Most of it.
Thank you very much, and thank you for putting up with the strange situation we're here with the kids. And
Kate didn't wake up.
Kate didn't wake up. I'm shocked. I thought for sure we're screwed, man. We're gonna be up for the rest of the night. Oh man. You know what I'm looking forward to? Just opening the door. Just the cool air. I think I might go stand on the porch. I'm serious. I think I might go stand on the porch. Oh, man. All right. See you guys later.
Good night, everybody.
Have a good one. Can you say "ya done"?
Like nicely, or
Like they say?
I don't know if I can say it like that.
Okay, say it nicely then.
And I want to try the other way. You're done.
Yeah, that's it. Pretty good.